Oh shit, I forgot that this was even on.
Hi.
What's going on?
I can't remember something. Maybe you remember the name of it.
Tell
I'm
me.
looking for the a site that helps create children's uh stories like AI. And I know that we talked about it at some point and I bookmarked it and now I can't find the damn bookmark.
What part of the process?
Well, the story would be in one's mind and then it would just basically create the art for it.
So there's two aspects. There's the image generation, and then there's the text generation, and then there's the combining of the two.
Right.
Which which part of that problem do you want to solve?
Well, I thought that we had found a site that you put in your text and then it does the rest of the work for you. But I can't remember where I put the bookmark for it. I might have actually taken a picture of it.
You could use the Chat GPT to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
If you yeah, just give it a, a character list with a few adjectives per character, and say write a short story containing these characters about how they overcame hunger with the stone soup.
Right, right, right. Huh, okay. That's also a good idea.
It's kind of just, it's almost like bending your request into a format that the AI will understand.
Right, right. Yeah, no, I
Hmm.
tinker with that, sure. Cool. So, what's up?
I just posted the captain's log to what, LinkedIn. Talked to Zach a bit about it. He's talking to the people that he knows. He knows other coaches, right?
Yeah,
And so now we're just trying to be like, okay, what interface, whether it's WhatsApp or a website or a mobile app, can we use to kick this off so that we can put it into uh, closed production this week,
right. Yeah,
so that
absolutely.
we can actually start using it. Because once we use it for a week, we'll know everything we were missing. We just have to see it in production.
I have a meeting with him at I think 8 o'clock tonight.
Awesome.
But I mean, for me, I don't. I mean, I have WhatsApp, so that WhatsApp, whatever. uh,
Hmm.
so I guess I could use that with if I was. It's just for coaches, though, right? Or no?
It
Yeah.
can be for
So.
anyone. It just you change the prompt, and now it's for a cardiologist. Now it's for a.
Oh, gotcha. Wow, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, because when someone goes to the doctor, what do? Here, fill out this form. What's on the form? Well, in your entire history. And then they have to sit down with you and then read over the history, then ask you more questions about it just to even begin the conversation. This is just diagnosing before prescribing, right?
Right.
So if we could, I mean, we have, and it's not just us, anyone has really the ability to do this.
You know what's frustrating for me as I get older, filling out those medical forms at all. Like why must I keep filling out the same shit for a different doctor? Why can't I just give them
Hmm.
something already filled out and they're like, "Oh, okay, thank you."
Or it could be, take my medical record and um, write a report intended for a blanchiologist,
Right. Yeah,
including
right.
suggesting potential tests that should be done.
Right. It just doesn't make sense to me why, when one goes to a doctor's office, I'm filling, a human being is filling out anything these days. I should just input it one time and if it needs to be updated, then update it. But, anytime someone goes to a new doctor, it's like an ocean of documents to fill out. It's like, why can't I just give you my record on a USB and it automatically goes into the records that I have to fill out? The
Yeah,
consent is different, right? Because that
I,
should be.
I think some of that is like mitigated by privacy laws. Like they want it portable, but not too portable that anyone can. So I think the functionality expressed is, I think, is trying to balance those. you know, need for the person to access this information versus, other people not getting access.
Well, no, I would have it on me. Like I would bring in my little USB
Hmm.
of my, and then it
Yeah.
would, you know,
You could have like an electronic medical record on like a ledger device or something of that nature.
right. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
when I'm filling out my worst, the last thing I want to do is fill out 40 pages of fucking forms, and that's
Well, if
just
I had your, if I had the medical record that is given to like a doctor, I'm sure we could do some slicing and dicing with it. It might said, oh, these emotions are being expressed, therefore we might want to do these blood tests to rule out this, that, or the other.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And that'd be great. Be like, okay, so instead of going to the doctor, maybe the doctor can look at my report, read the recommendation, and sign off with their unintelligible signature.
exactly. Yeah, they all have that. That's a thing. But, what are you going to do? Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves. I mean, when my mother was alive, she hated doing it, and it was a real chore to get her to try to do it, and I just ended up doing it for her. And then I wondered at the time because I was younger. I'm like, why can't she stand doing this? And now I understand why. I don't want to do it either. It's like, what's the point? Why am I doing the same thing a billion times?
Mhm.
So anyway, it's just a pet peeve. I hope they fix that. That doesn't seem like anything that would be difficult to fix, even with the laws being as they are. I mean, the law's got to catch up with the technology. We really haven't revamped things in a long time when you think about it. In the States anyway.
Nobody wants to add a book to the Bible of the Constitution. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. It's the boring stuff that no one really gives a crap about, but moves the world forward. you know. I mean, no one's going
Well,
to sit here and remember that person. You know what I
well,
mean?
boring is a weapon.
It is. I should know. I excel at that. That's how I get people to fall asleep. I can talk about boring things for a very long time. I mean, to me, they're interesting, but to most people, it's like, oh my God, is she ever going to be quiet again? I don't mind though. That's how you get boring property stories and things like that. Or the time that uh, my one of my churchgoers that went to church with my father nearly blew up the congregation with a cannon from the late 18th century. You get fun things like that. That's a true story, actually. How can you misfire a cannon, right? It's possible, especially when they're old. And I'm dressed in a 18th century, look like a 1970s sofa, like the pattern. Uh, but it was a costume because it was like a church thing, but it was also in costume. So like it was like a recreation type deal. Don't even ask. This was my father's insistence. And even as a law student, I wouldn't say no to him. So I'm trying to help Jay Williams fix the misfire cannon. He swings it right around, right at the congregation in front of the old Presbyterian church established in 1630 something or whatever. And I'm like, uh, Mr. Williams, I really don't think that's a good idea because even though you think it's misfired, you don't know for sure because all the fireworks are going to happen within the cannon, so that theoretically it could still be lit, and we just can't see it. So, and everybody in the congregation, including my father, was like, "What? The river like 65?" So we'd literally be murdering the entire church if that actually happened. But so I moved it back around away, and sure enough, I almost used a curse word. It did misfire, and I, but this time it actually spit out something and took out like you know part of the tombstone nearby, but nothing big. But still, it could have been a disaster. But he fixed it up right and did it right the third time around, and everybody was very pleased. And that's my story of the me wearing a couch and trying to fix a very old Canon that was a wreck. See, those are the sorts of things you miss when you're not living in Daretown, New Jersey, with all 68 of us. And it's also a very boring story when you think about it. So my advice is don't use a old, very old, Canon from the 1700s that's supposed to work but kind of doesn't, because you too could be a victim of a Canon incident, and they can be pretty fucking gruesome. Like, even when they did fire correctly, they would roll along at deceptively slow speeds, but they can take out legs, feet, you name it. It's pretty shocking to think that something rolling somewhat slow can just wreck a person still. But that's what those things did during the Revolutionary and the Civil War. It's a mess. And that's a history lesson on cannon fire. This is why no one wants to play with me, by the way. What do you do for fun, Mike?
No, I find learning fun. My parents were teachers, so I think a lot of things that people find boring, I find interesting.
Oh, I went through this whole Chinese porcelain phase. Yeah, so I can relate. Some things I learn. I lean towards like things where I'm trying to find out whether something's fake or real, and things along those lines. But I'm not, like the mathematic type things and computer languages and whatnot. I'm not a big, I'm going to choose something else to learn first, I guess, because I feel more comfortable with that. I probably
Mhm.
should be learning things that I'm uncomfortable with.
Yeah, that was what coding was like for me. Not comfortable at all.
I find that hard to believe that you've never coded anything.
I know, right? You would think. One way I would have hoped.
Yeah, well, I'm not implying you're lying. I'm just saying that you strike me as someone who would know how to do that sort of thing.
You're
Just my
not lying.
just my impression.
Yeah. Well, we had about like 60 people look at the video of Captain's log. It's not a bad sign,
That's good.
right? They watched the video. I can see the analytics on YouTube.
That's really good.
They announced the winners today at 2 o'clock.
Oh,
Cautious. But I want to. I talked to Zach, so he's already talking about like moving forward and getting it ready for like internal production. So
well, like I said, I have to make my top five. My 5-year plan and my 5-month plan, and I intend to put the syndicate in there somewhere.
5-year plan isn't easy.
No, I looked at it for 3 seconds, and I'm like, you know what? I'll see what the syndicate says. Maybe they can fill this out for me. Oh man! And then somehow I got stuck into something else. But yeah. I mean, that. Do you think that that's a problem? Asking people about what their views are on something like that, or I don't intend to just write down whatever's said, but I think it's sometimes helpful to have a variety of opinions about, that sort of thing. Does that make sense? I mean, I know it's like supposed to be my opinion, but
I mean, sure. Could you get good advice from people? Yeah. Could you get bad advice from people? Yeah. Could you, you know, synthesize good and bad advice into better advice? Sure. Right. Um, does that mean anything beyond the fact that you've gathered information? Not necessarily, right?
that's
But the purpose of planning is not the plan because no plan survives first contact with the end user or the competition. It's just so that you've run through the gauntlet. The other thing too is like now that you're meeting with Zach, he's going to be able to help you with that, at least the immediate plan.
right, right. Well, I can always blame him if things go wrong. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean it'll make a good commercial.
No, I
Here's
wouldn't.
how I lost the war with Zach. But
Oh no! Oh.
fucking idiot. You know what I mean? You told me to do an after action report, didn't help me, not a goddamn. I'm
I'm not like that. I mean,
just saying. These are the commercials I have in my head.
oh my god, they would be funny. Like like just a reel of what commercials really ought to be about.
Yeah, just startup commercials done by SNL from 1993.
Right. Absolutely. But I was a big fan of the politically incorrect fairy tales. Like those came out years ago. Uh, you know, but stuff like that is always, I always find it interesting. Or satire that's so good that people don't realize it's, you know, being satirical and they get all mad. Like, oh, got another one. You know,
What do we?
I
Hi,
like that.
everybody. What are we moving on from?
Hi. What's that? Oh, I don't know. What are we moving on? I guess I don't know.
Uh, well, now, I mean, we're moving on from the hackathon basically, but it just got me thinking about okay, so now that we know we can, at a moment's notice, whip up a team that can execute something,
I thought
what do we do with this
I
capability?
thought we already knew that, number one, and number two, we should put I would like to suggest a different title option, and it's called "What's Next?" Question mark.
Oh, I like the assertiveness.
Mm.
You go, you rich.
I've grown up a little bit in the last couple of months.
Yeah, I need to do that too. I think she's got a good point there, Mike. What do you think? There we go. Yay. Thank you.
I added more assertiveness by putting a period.
There you go.
Super assertive.
So it's not a question. It's like a "What's next?"
Statement.
That's what's next.
I'm still happy that someone made a Sanford and Son video, but with Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi. I saw that this morning and made my day.
By the way, I hope you break a node. Good luck, if you will. Break a leg, break a node with your hackathon stuff. I know that I'll turn it in, but yay! That kicks ass. But
Yeah, thanks. It's I've in my head, I'm not even thinking about the prize.
I was, as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, I'm paying attention now.
35 grand is nothing to sneeze at.
No,
But
it's not.
yeah, but Zach's already moving forward in the background. Manish is looking at the WhatsApp. So as long as Zach seems to be pretty excited about it based on the feedback he got from other people. So we just want to get the WhatsApp up so we can actually put this into production for him. And after we get into production for him, the rest of his coaches, and then hopefully in 2 weeks we'll be able to say, okay, so this is actually the effect that it's had. Do we
Yeah.
want to make it publicly available somehow?
I feel like Web3 would want to say keep documents, like keep a list of the things that you've done as you do them, so that as far as with setting up those guys goes, don't forget to do that.
Yeah, I'm also kind of like trying to regardless of what happens with the outcome. So, for example, I posted it to LinkedIn today with a bit of a note. We saw about 59 people look at the video last night. So I know there are some eyes on it. So it's kind of, regardless of, because we can't control what happens with the judges. Um, it's either, and I asked him this yesterday. So what do we do? We want to throw out this application and throw out everything we've ever been able to do? Or do we want to actually build on this? Is this actually saving you time? Because if it is saving you time, then we can see that translating to results. Because you get an hour more of one-on-one time, which is actually what people are buying from you, is the ability to have one-on-one time.
I think that's a really good point. Plus, if he's able to have other people working for him, he can spend more time in spaces with us.
Making sales.
It was a joke.
It's interesting. I see people like I just heard SBF for the first time talk, and somebody was asking him questions, and for some reason, all I can think about really is who needs a voice class in that room. And this one, I mean, Elizabeth, it's like I'm
It was
listening.
bad.
It's awful. I was listening to a female journalist, and everything, her questions, she sounded like a Valley girl. It's
Was
almost,
it Tiffany? Was that the one you listened to?
she's in the top right hand corner.
What was her name? Tiffany?
I want to say it was like, no, I don't think it was that. It began it's
Tara?
a Y, like Aubrey. No, it wasn't that. Maybe it was Tiffany.
I haven't seen that interview if that's the one it was. But
It was, yeah, it
yeah,
was
he sounds horrible.
and he does, yeah, he does too. And I was kind of taken aback, you know. Anyway, so it's weird. So I'm sure that it's like playing punch buggy in a way. Like once you're involved in a particular project, you start thinking about how that project could benefit directly or indirectly, uh, you know, other people or other organizations, and the synergy, between perhaps an idea and a different idea, how to bring them together. So right now I'm on the speech kick for some reason. It's kind of weird.
Ranger, what did you end up submitting?
Did Ranger do it as well?
Yeah, he was a part of the hackathon.
I like the eyes.
Did you end up submitting?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we did too. We forgot one of our members, but we hit up Patrick and he was fine with adding him on later. Man, that was a rough 30, 40 hours.
Do you have a video or a trailer? I'll post ours.
We all had to submit a product demo.
Nice.
Ours is called Factually. It takes your given text or audio, transcribes it if it's audio, and then looks for all the links to help the reader verify if it's fake news
Awesome.
or not.
I put our video at the top.
What did you end up doing?
The video's at the top.
It's presenting captain's log. Oh, damn. Looks like a fancy video.
Thanks.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. It was a great video. Did you look at the other hackathon entries, Soyum?
Yeah, they're all great.
Yeah, some of them looked. I didn't get a chance to look at all of them, but some of them looked really, really good.
Yeah, hackathons are a good place to get like ideas for that market. If you were to want to create another business, there are so many really good ideas that we didn't think of. Like when I went to that gallery, in the beginning, we were stuck. We didn't really know what to do. How did you end up coming up with your idea?
One of the guys in the syndicate, his name is Zach, and he's at current active duty military, and he's a coach. So we asked him. Actually, he told us when I told him I was part of the hackathon. He was like, "Yo, I would like an app that does this," and I was like, "All right, let's create that." And so we started using it in production over the weekend, and that was one of the examples that you hear from one of his clients.
When are they gonna release the next update for ChatGPT?
I don't think anyone knows yet.
Yeah, I thought I heard it was early next year, but I can't
Yeah,
even.
they're using DALI. Sorry, not DALI. GPT 3.5, from what I can tell.
Wow. Yeah,
But the idea is to build now so that you can have, something in market with users when that comes.
yeah, no, that's a great idea, of course. Yeah, I think that Zach's, I think that this captain's log is going to have a lot of different applications, and you know, it's really nice. It's really nice work.
Yeah, the good thing is Zach is embedded with the military, so he can he's been showing off the functionality that we've been working on to the military folks. And so because, he's respected and has it in there, right? We kind of have the sales opportunity solved.
Oh, fingers crossed. That would be pretty cool. But that's a pretty slow process, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just asking.
Oh no, it can be very fast these days. Again,
Oh,
because he's embedded with the military, right? He doesn't have to be like, "Hi, my name is." You're like, "Hi,
yeah.
this is Zach." So like 80% of the sale is in, do I like and trust this person? Okay, that's already done.
Right,
And he
right.
has a bunch of coaches on staff that he's working with. So if he can improve his performance, not only for himself, but of his initial coaches, then it's game over from there. So kind of just building this for when the war, knowing that if we can win the war, we'll solve a bunch of other cousin industries and adjacent industries at the same time.
Right, and it'll be constantly evolving too.
Yeah, it's living, right? I mean,
Right.
even the AI isn't staying the same, right?
Exactly.
Even if we didn't change a line of code, the back end is always changing and improving.
Absolutely.
And there's all other models that people don't use. Like you can plug in the DaVinci 3 model or the previous models. And they have other models that are faster for real-time communication. So we're just on the edge of exploring this stuff.
Already blows my mind, Like if I wanted to right now, I can get a chat GPT and say, write me another, like Lake Wobegon days, or write me a story like
Write me a
30.
monologue in the style of Blood In, Blood Out or Sin City. That's what I did yesterday for
What?
Dan's Chat City. Yeah, that's how we got Chat City. I said,
Oh,
write me an opening monologue in the style of Sin City.
And that's what he was reading. Okay. Oh, that's groovy. That's really cool. Here I am thinking, like, well, that's depressing. In reality, it was something else. Yeah. Well, that's what I get for not asking all kinds of questions. But yeah. But that's pretty cool. So anytime I want a particular book by a particular, like I'm feeling in the mood for like another Heinlein, I can just go and be like, write me one, please, and they'll spit one out for me. I think we're going to end up in like some sort of cocoon-like structure with straws sticking out of our mouths. You know what I mean? Like, I think the AI is going to end up cocooning us and be like Homer in that one episode of The Simpsons. I can't reach the straw. I think that's heading our way. It's already December 12th. Is it just me, or as we age, does time go faster? Maybe it's just me. I hope it's just me.
I would agree.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
Oh,
think when in your early years, like I wish time went by faster, and I wish I had more money. But now that I have a little bit more money, I wish I had more time.
yep. That's true. It's
It's a true fossil fuel.
oh yeah, yeah. I try to um savor my last trip that I took my father on. I took him to the mountains in Pennsylvania. He wanted to go see these tractors. It's like a bunch of antique tractors. So I indulged him, and I took him up there, and we spent the week at this big cabin with a pond and sailboats, and he really enjoyed that. So, but that trip was gone in a second. Like it went very quickly, unfortunately. So even vacations go faster.
I don't know. I think vacations go faster if you're not, I guess, like stressed out about other things. Like for me, when I was on vacation, all I could think about is like bubbles of war, uh, and like the anxiety building up. So it at times dragged, and I was unable to enjoy that vacation. So like when you're in I guess not in the moment, but in your head and kind of just not counting the seconds, but you're not letting time carry you.
You mean you didn't take a computer on your vacation and try to work on it anyway?
Yeah, I brought my computer with me.
Oh,
And like one out of the, well, it's not too bad. It's like 2 out of the 5 days while I was in Japan, I was on my computer in a room.
oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
Japan's awesome.
it was my first time there. It was really nice.
Yeah, I've never been there before, but it looks super cool. And my friends bring me back like a whole bunch of little gadgets and trinkets, and it always fascinates me. And the stationery back in the day, my friend brought me back a ton of Japanese stationery. It's just wild, right? I mean, crazy.
Yeah, that was the shit back then. Like
Yeah.
Sanrio and just having like really good looking cute stationery.
Yeah, exactly. There was there were two children too, like a girl and a boy, and she brought that back and gave that to me too, and it was like so everything was just cute, and it was like it had like everything was just perfect with it. I don't know how to explain it, but I think you might know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I miss that whole era in a way. I used to collect stationery. Like I would keep like one envelope, one piece of paper, card, whatever, and I would just, store it away, and nothing would get bent. Everything was perfect. And then I went into cleaning mode, and I'm like, why am I keeping this stuff for? And I threw them all out, much to my deep regret. Like, why did I do that? What's wrong with me? I should go and look for that because that would be good inspiration for AI art now. Like some of the stationery from back then.
Or even like what was that? The magic eye. Like I wonder what AI sees when, like, can it see the apple in that big picture? Do you remember Magic Eye? Like
I
when
do, yeah. Like you have to
I
stare at
never
it
got
for a
it.
while. Yeah, it takes a while to stare. You have to stare at, and then you might like. I had some Star Trek. Now this is sad. I had Star Trek ones where you could see like the Klingon bird of prey if you stared at it long enough. Oh, I know. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but yeah. So I had one of those.
I'm surprised no one has done a Magic Eye NFT.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone has they? I mean, I don't have they. I don't
I don't
recall.
think so.
That would be kind of neat.
It would be, yeah, it would be. And like if you um, guess it right, input it into the website, you get your money back within X amount of time period, which gets them hopefully to visit your site and convert on other things.
Right, people might find that very cool. It would have to be more than just identify what it is. You might have to like identify, like find the Where's Waldo on whatever it is that you're looking at. Like
Or it could be it, it's unrevealed to the public, but the person holding it has the actual piece. So you have to collect X amount, or at least get the other person to show you theirs. Like basically trade, not trading, but like showing trading.
well, you could take it into maybe you'd be able to take it into spatial.io and hang them up together, and then you could look at them that way together.
Ah, and then you can do a collab with Spatial. Like,
Right. That would be fun. See, we're awesome. We're a good team. Mike, what do you think? You think that's a good idea? Mike's like, I'm doing real work over here.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Things that we don't need to talk about anymore because they got things. Can we do that?
Well,
Yeah, of
maybe. I
course you
don't
can
know.
fucking do that.
Yeah.
It just feels like, hey, can we do that? If you think it's worth doing, let's just do it.
Oh, I don't know. See, that's my problem. I'm not familiar enough with the field to know. I mean, I know what I think is cool, but I don't know.
I mean, you're always not going to know. There's never any state of perfect information.
All right, so Ranger, your mission is go to spatial.io, get them to fund us, and then we'll make the NFTs.
I wonder how
Yeah.
hard it is to create a Magic Eye.
Yeah, we'll
And
figure that. We'll figure that out later. Don't worry about it. Just go get the funding.
how much funding do we need?
I have no idea. Get as much as you can. $1 billion. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, this is not the pre-bull market of 2019.
Yes, it is. I'm calling it right now. December 23rd, beginning of the next bull market. Let's go. Where's Mateus? He does it better than I do. Let's go. Anyway. I actually don't know anything, and there's a huge legal disclaimer like in my picture, but it's made with the magic eye, so you can't really see it unless you look real close. But there's a legal disclaimer on everything I say. It's kind of like a running objection during trial or deposition. So anyway, I don't know. So I do like the idea of Ranger. We'll have to think about it.
No more thinking.
Oh well,
That
I
the thinking is what got us in this problem in the first place. It's
I
time to act
know
now.
that is so true.
There is an app that so there was an app like created like 6 years ago that would tell you um, where the person changed their photo, like photoshopped their photo, and it reverts it back to its original state, uh, to show you like the difference between the two, that I wanted to fund, but he hasn't hit me back up just because it's so meme worthy and relevant to today and how we portray ourselves online versus, you know, how we look. What is the Syndicate?
There's a group of us that started meeting online and started helping each other with like mini hackathons. Not official ones, just hey, I want to get this done. Okay, let's figure that out. Okay, here you go. And so a bunch of people are building their own individual businesses by leveraging everybody's talents.
That's so cool. And there was a not a it was like kind of a version of like of that, except that they didn't work on it. They just consulted on the project, and it's whichever person or community contributed the most amount of money that week, their project would be worked on.
Hello, my name is Mike, and I'm going to talk to you about what's underneath the hood of Captain Flog.
Other than the fact that you look like you're burning the candle at both ends, and like, what's with the hand movements, man?
Beautiful.
And like, what's with
Found in the documentary based on the hackathon. Whoop.
Ooh, that will be fun to watch.
So
Like what's with the hand movements, man? You're really, really in sync there with your grabbing the concept and pulling it down and
there it is, grabbing the concept and pulling it down.
at both ends. And like what's with the hand movements, man? The fact that you look like you're burning the candle at both ends, and like what's with the hand movements, man?
Oh, almost.
You look like you're burning the candle at both ends, and like what's with the hand movements, man? Looking at that you look like you're burning the candle at both ends, and like what's with the hand movements, man? You're really, really in sync there with your grabbing the
I need to move that. Grabbing the.
grabbing the
Beautiful.
grabbing the concept and pulls it down and down and down and down.
Yes. It's gonna look pretty cool. So I had like Hurls and everyone else submit like little post-mortems and observations based on what happened. And so he's like, I wish Zach would have done this, or what's with the hand movements? So now I'm just editing it all together.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna do this one thing, and then I gotta get back to doing what I'm supposed to work on today. Which, by the way, I shouldn't even be working on the other thing, but oh well, I'll figure it out.
Talk to you about what's underneath the hood of Captain's log.
Other than the fact that you look like you're burning the candle at both ends, and like what's with the hand movements, man? You're really, really in sync there with your grabbing the concept and pulling it down, and it's like I've got this thing by the balls, baby. We're nailing it. But yeah. But other than that, it's all right on that one. Yeah, no, other than that. No, other than that, that's all I can roast you on that one.
You do a lot of video editing, don't you, Mike?
Uh,
I mean, that seems to be your thing. From what the limited knowledge I have of you anyway. Would you say you do a lot of video editing?
I guess more than most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy it in a way, or is it like automatic pilot?
No, I enjoy
Or it
it.
depends.
Yeah, I lose myself in it. And I have fun when I create something that makes me laugh. Or when things
So
fit
I
together.
combined a late 1940s silk kimono remnant with someone's work on playground AI. It comes out with some pretty happening stuff. How
Yeah,
does
I
that
ran
work,
all.
Mike? So if I combine someone's playground AI work with something I'm working on, how does that collaboration, like, how do I credit that?
Well, you can
You know what I
ask them and
mean?
see
Do
if
you
they want
know
to
by any
collaborate
chance?
together.
Mike, are you there?
Yeah. Well, that's where do you think things went off the rails?
That's a good question.
Can you hear me, Dan?
Oh, there's no.
Gee whiz. All right, I'm gonna pop out.
Hey, Dan. Off the rails 2. Pearls on Zach. I'm doing the documentary now. Chat sit. How do I off the rails 1?
Captain's log, supplemental. Last time I reported on the space was over 36 hours ago. Status is Ruckusus, still pacifist. Is he into anal? I don't know. It's never been proven. But we don't want to talk about it anymore. What about Ranger? We don't really know him that much. Other than he was in the conference and he went to the hackathon and maybe something happened. We still don't know anything about him. And so he does what he always does. He just gets up there and runs through the event, makes everything happen, and then tells us about it. Makes a video and goes, nah, 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 nah. And moves on to the next thing. Unless the startup has happened. Which, by the way, I did actually talk to somebody today who actually has like a wellness platform that could use the chat GTP, but I don't know. It's a lot of like, it's kind of like and this is connected to the and that's connected to the, and that takes a lot of time.
It's funny because there's a lot of this API hand waving that happens, which is, if we have the ability to do that and the ability to do, put that shit together.
Yeah, go finish that.
Yeah.
And that would be time and another time.
More
But,
time and more time. Yeah.
Well, it's all good though. It's all good.
I'm just going to focus on creating something useful for Zach.
I think it is. I was confused on the flow a little bit because so basically, all right, I'm the patient. I call the number, and then I basically tell the system how I feel or how my day's going and whatnot, and then as somebody I translate or converts that into text, and then uses those prompts on the AI engine to do what? To get a more clarified output then for the coach to look at?
So the report consists of 5 things.
Okay.
Here's what I was supposed to do. Here's what actually happened. Here are 3 things I'm going to keep doing. Here are 3 improvements I can make. And in the next 48 hours, here's what you can do, Zach, to help me specifically do what I need to get done.
So where did you have to use Chat API and Chat the AI in
hmm
there? Where is it in the translation process? Is it before Zach or after Zach? I guess.
So it's before Zach. So imagine Zach has maybe, let's say he's dealing with 10 people personally, which is a pretty big caseload, right? If you're getting,
So the
3 to,
summarization is making it more bite sized for Zach. Is that it?
yes, or just giving him some insights into their, the emotions. Here are 3 adjectives that best describe the emotions expressed in this AAR.
Mm. I see. So you keep the
Or,
AAR. You're not really modifying. And the
no,
AI is the report or whatever. Client
yes.
testimony. Client testimony stays the same, but does the client have to give the testimony, recording, whatever, in the exact same format every time?
It would help, but given the power of chat, it may be able to work with the unstructured data
Okay.
just as well.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, cool. Interesting. And then the prompt to the AI is analyze this stuff, pull
Give
out
me
these
3
notes.
adjectives.
Yeah.
Recommend 5 books. Of one of those books. Pick a passage from the book that you think would really help with quotes, things like that. So we can build based on that initial input of here's what I plan to do, actually did, 3 things I'm going to keep doing, 3 things I'm going to improve. What can Zach help me with now? Those are just that's the initial prompt flow set,
I see. Okay.
right? And that's anything we implemented is just
Mm-hmm.
so we could do something by the deadlines and then achieve a few technical
No,
things like
I was just kind of walking to the floor. Hold on. So the only really defensible moat later on really would be the content itself and
I
sort
mean,
of like the
in a world
protocol
where your
of it or whatever.
brand and product and service are the same as everyone else's, it's only your sales process that differentiates you,
Yeah.
right? So it's that connection with Zach himself and that belief in Zach that unlocks everything else.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Not to say anything we're doing is going to be ultimately useful. This is just where we are now.
No, I think it's definitely useful. It's just it in itself as a service for others, where people basically enter the protocol, or enter the their uniqueness or whatever they're adding to it, and then determining, you know,
Well, the other crazy part about the hackathon is because it's all on GitHub, if you look through the submissions and saw some, like, so for example, somebody created a Telegram bot that would give you back responses by Morgan Freeman or, some Darth Vader character, right? So now with all this code available from all these people hacking away, GitHub just got like fucking a deluge of little code scripts that anyone can use. Like if you wanted to see how the UberDoc API worked live, you could just probably go on GitHub and type in assembly AI hackathon, UberDoc, and then you'll find the code for the integration.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think it's definitely a feature set. I was just talking to one of my clients today, Morgan Koth. He has a company called Consensus Health, and essentially it's a wellness. Really, it's a trauma protocol that we licensed out of Ohio State, put into a SaaS. It's all kind of geared around going through a set of sort of clinical based questions that then help get a certain amount of information from you, and then gives you the protocols that you should implement for better mental wellness and everything else. And we were having an interesting discussion about, actually 2 good discussions this morning with 2 different friends. And both of them paint to a picture that we know is happening, which is companies are pulling back, and we have to get newly creative in spending. Like the guy, Morgan's business, he's running into a lot of, everyone is basically saying they want to do things in mental health, but there's no budgets. So they've had to change up the business. Instead of a school that could definitely use the tool, and they want to use the tool, but they don't have a budget for it. So models are getting creative in the sense that small business is looking for a way to get attention. So now small businesses are basically donating to the schools to pay for the said platform. That was one interesting kind of model that it's like, wow, is that really going on? I can see that actually work, because people are looking for exposure in different places. And then talking to my friend Tristan, we're talking about Eastern Europe. He just spent some time over in Eastern Europe, and we're talking about how Eastern Europe take on innovation is very different than American sort of subsidized TikTok generation of innovation. But over there, he's talking about, it's just cool talking about clients in Poland and other places. I just love hearing about people doing crazy things all over the world. But then we were talking about the States again, and he said, one of his models now is basically he's a growth agent. He doesn't charge any upfront money to a client, but he will charge a percentage of outcome. And he kind of goes into a business and helps do an analysis of where they're at and figures out their trajectory, and then sort of reframes things, which would be similar to what I could do. That would be an interesting business. And then, if he gets a piece of sort of the company after that point based on that sort of action. The other model that they told me about, which my friend used a couple of years ago, and I always thought it was like, wow, that's a smart way to do it, is that he takes over the payment. The client can't, use X or pay, X for X services. He takes over the payment processor, and he makes it through how they do transactions that way, which I thought was like a pretty smart way. I was like, oh man, that's really smart. Although that's ballsy for a company to do. Like, all right, fine, take over my payment processor. I mean, it's like it's the keys to the city there. But anyways, I think and I was talking about the chat, the hackathon, and what you guys are doing, and sort of what was made. Definitely could use it in the wellness product. I could definitely see it used in there, but I'd want to separate it more. I'd want to almost, and this is a lot of things too, to figure out how you guys want to do this. Whether it's nice that it could apply to just a coaching company for veterans. In fact, that's what the startup probably should be. The startup, the whole veteran thing is a big angle.
Mm-hmm. That's
That would
enough
be
of
a
a
nice
beachhead.
focus.
We don't even have to go beyond that. Zach was talking about, counseling for PTSD and all that stuff, and how, the wait time to meet with someone live is 5 months. So how might we address all of the people that we're not helping right now because the dance cards of the best coaches are filled to the brim?
Well, I mean, the thing with the veterans, though, is you're going to need to get some clinical, like you're going to want to go and find doctor, researcher in that space, and you're going to want to get a study going or something, because in order for you to truly, make maximum benefit of that VA relationship, etc., is going to need some of that. And that would just fast track that and just put the whole startup in healthcare for the moment. And it sounds like
because Zach is embedded, he can make those sales things happen faster and at least help us get clarity on, what the final form should be, what the interface should be, what the scoped problem is.
Yeah, but you want to run with scissors on that. Mostly because, one, I bet Zach really doesn't know. Two, whatever answer he has right now is highly suspect until you have somebody give you the first $400,000 gig, you know? And also, three, you should be thinking about what's going to be best for the tech. In other words, simplicity is going to be key. You should come up with your sort of own, like right now, someone could give you like a 70-page document and say, this is my protocol. And you'd be like, can you cut it down? Right. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess I'm just trying to say is run with scissors, because you need to create some of your own credo about how it should work, because you need to show that you have like a wall. How far can I push you? If I can push you all the way, then that's not good. I don't like that. So I want the startup itself to have its own position on the IP and sort of have an understanding of not only how it fits for this, but, you know, yada, yada, yada. And then you have Zach, who's your lead singer, who's the one that sort of talks to the people about the big story. And he's got the current business, which is modeled around his current business is profitable. So he's got a nice target there. He's a veteran. So as a veteran founder, he's probably applicable to lots of XY and PDQ. That's cool. And he's got a good help message. So that's all good. Yeah. It's a cool mixture. So what's the problem with it? Well, the problem is anyone else can do it in 4 seconds. That's the first problem. So there's not a moat. What's the moat? Well, the moat is not the tech, it's Zach and his protocol, and potentially his ability with context in order to, grease the wheels and make the business go. So, Zach is the is a differentiator here. I'm not saying that what you did,
No,
you guys did the
everything you're
initial.
saying is right. Everything you're
Yeah,
saying is absolutely right.
but I mean, it's important to look at that now. But what's cool is that you can start beefing up both sides. This is where it's like, for as much as you're going to leverage SAC and the veteran angle, you yourself, the rest of the whatever the Captain's Law group is, has a position around this said IP, meaning you have experienced metrics of using this IP with humans with resolution. That is new IP that itself can be a mode that can be worked and actually put into your own improved AI model, of which you could probably go and get. So, if anything, what Chat API or Chat GPT does for you, it does a lot of what an API did back in 2016. It gave you leverage and it gave you acceleration in the market so that you could get the idea going full well while you start to improve your own IP and your own tech, which if you sent, say, 50 veterans through this thing as a beta trial, and you'd call it a beta trial, and you'd have a bunch of doctors and look at it and blah blah blah, and you have consent forms, so we're all good there, right? Then you'd start to form up your own unique IP model on top of it. Now that gets interesting. The sooner that gets in motion, the sooner that sort of gets talked about. And what's crazy is that you can do a beta and at the same time tell people that you're in beta, and that almost makes it a double beta. You have the people who anticipate what's going on in the beta, and then there's the beta itself, and there's all the PR that you kind of do around it. And there's the assumption that it really does help, which at this point is just of course it does, right? But we don't really know if that's true. But anyway, you get to close that over time. Yeah, I just think that's cool. Now, what's cool though is you could start to do the Elon model on top of that, meaning, okay, as this goes out, what would be the other thing you'd work on? Perfecting it for sort of Zach flow is kind of tasty, because now I'm going to do a copy and paste of the whole company. Boom, set up a white label division of it. All right. Now, with the white label division, we actually have a modified version of ChatGTP that we call Larry. And we're on Larry 1 protocol, Larry 1.5. Of course, Larry 2 is in our wellness product, but for this white label system, we're on 1.5. And Larry has a certain way of working. These are the optimal inputs. And we have a store on top of Larry. And basically, people can submit protocols. If they meet our protocol standards, you can submit your protocol, and then we'll connect it to Larry, and it'll perform as prospected. But what's cool is it's a store. So we have a bunch of wellness ones over here. Here are some mindfulness ones. Here are ones for cardiovascular. This is actually for hip replacement. These over here are for femur and nose replacement people. This is for people with new kidneys, new hearts. Okay, all kinds of protocols. And you become a Udemy of facilitated coach intervention, blah, blah, blah. That'd be kind of cool. Okay. Oh, and then the other thing you got to work on at the same time is like completely built on ChatGTP. So we're totally at mercy at their when they go down or have issues. And that's why we got to find the API version.
Yeah, so we have that. That's what the collab is.
Yeah, that's cool. And then you kind of want to forecast your fees. That'd be kind of nice. And then work on other stuff. But I like it. It's cool. Is it a moonshot startup? I don't know.
I mean, we've seen what happens with companies that were supposed to be moonshots. They end up landing in the ocean.
That's true. That's true.
Because they spend all their runway thinking that they're going to get to the stars.
I can grant a more satirical, less serious take on all this if you'd like to hear it. Never mind.
Sorry, Coach Chandra.
Yeah, no, I think this is great, and hopefully I can be a guinea pig for it, and hopefully do well enough to, be a illustration of what a success from it looks like. I mean, you guys know I'm a hot mess.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know yet what success looks like. But a few hours ago, I was like asking Zach what happens if ChatGPT goes down. And he said there is another one, Cohere.io, but it's very, I think, primitive. But what Dan said resonates with me is that the moat is around the protocol. So even if AI goes down, the coaches should be able to, follow the protocol and serve the clients despite that. AI is just an assistance. It's not the solution. What do you think?
Well, I think that's covered by what Mike said, isn't it? Like there's in a collab, there's an API. There's one that runs on the API.
Oh, yeah. That's true. But in case API is also down, because AWS has also. I mean, there's always a possibility of disaster.
I'm just doing the documentary in the background.
Sorry, I had to get Dr. Pepper. I'm replenished.
Oh, you like I love Diet Dr. Pepper. Like if I can't get Pepsi Zero or Diet Pepsi, that's my next go-to.
That's your jam? That's my jam.
Dan, do you ever try the glass bottle though? Like
the classic sugar?
Like the one that has actual sugar, like the regular, instead of like all the additives that all the new stuff has.
Thanks. No, I'm having all the additives version right now in the can.
You know,
You know.
where you live, do you have this like the Mexican tiendita, like not the bodega,
Yeah, I know where it
not
is.
not
I'll get it next time.
yeah, try it.
Mhm.
If we get hooked on like soda, like it should be like the one that actually has like actual sugar. I think that's the better one.
So does that store have one with the Coke in it,
Yeah.
like the actual Coke in the Coke?
Yeah. So, and this is the U.S. Like in London and like other in European countries, it's also just sugar. Like it's like sugar cane. It's just here in the U.S. that they fucking changed everything on us, and yeah, I
So you're basically for a high fructose corn syrup, is what you're saying?
I'm
Yeah.
for the original, which is not fructose corn syrup. I'm for
Oh, I
sugar
see.
cane.
You're saying all out sugar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sugar, the sugar cane. Like when you read the
Yeah.
glass, literally most of the glass, people call it Mexican Coke because it's like the easiest to import, but Coca-Cola throughout South America is also, bottled like the glass, sorry, the sugar cane. So here, because we get the Mexican one is like the popular one. But yeah, I would say let's get addicted to the Coke, the glass soda.
Get addicted to the right Coke.
Yeah.
No, I do get the horchata though when I get the I go to the Mexican place. That's pretty good. Horchata. Am I saying that
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Horchata.
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 Don't call it horchata. It's not right.
Horchata. That's Central American, like the Salvadorians, Mexico, Guatemalans.
That's
Uh,
horchata sounds like a seductive version of ChatGPT.
Horchata.
exactly.
Horchata.
Horchata. You need to feel something in your boom boom. Come on
In
down
the
to our boom.
belly. The horchata in the belly.
Welcome, Zach, on horchata.
I love horchata. It's my favorite drink.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Horchata 5. She comes back for more. Sorry.
Hey Zach, question.
Yeah.
Maybe answer.
Okay, your city, like your town, is it? It's one of the ones by like the border, right? Is it like by
It's Columbus. I live in Columbus.
Is it by McAllen? McClellan? Are you near there?
Yeah.
I am like I can hit Juarez with a stone.
Oh, it's Juarez. Okay, Juarez. And then the other, like the neighboring city, American city, are you by? Is McClellan around there? I can't say it right. It's a Texas city. McAllen.
I mean, we are literally at the junction of Texas, the border of Mexico, and the state of New Mexico.
Oh, you're at the.
Like
Okay, so no, so yeah, because
we're at the. You're talking up top. You're
yeah.
talking.
Okay,
Yeah.
McAllen is the northern border. Northern
Yeah,
border.
you're talking about you're going to go through like Albuquerque, and then straight across like the upper part of Texas. Not what's that little square at the top of Texas. You're going to go through there probably, which
I'm
is not very close to Mexico.
Yeah, okay. So my goal right now, so I'm gonna go down to I can't I haven't I'm mapping it out today, tomorrow. But I'm trying to think of like McAllen and I'm trying to figure out where that is, if it's north or south. But I'm gonna be south, so it's gonna be an interesting zigzag I'm gonna do. Because I have family out there, so I was like, oh, I wanna go. This is the only time I'll get to go to Texas, that piece of Texas, and we can go across Mexico. I literally, sorry, I brought that up because I literally just met somebody yesterday that crossed.
Wait, are you saying McAllen, like MCALLEN, McAllen, Texas?
I don't know the name, but yes, this is what it sounds like.
Okay, that is like the furthest south Texas that you can go. And when you say you're going to go out of the way, you're going to go like almost 20 hours out of the way.
Oh, okay. From Arizona. to Texas, if I'm going to Houston, McAllen is too far?
Hold on. I'll show you a picture, and
Okay.
I'll tweet a picture for you.
Okay, yeah. Well, obviously I can look at it, but I was just trying to figure.
You would, if you came from Arizona and came, let's say from Arizona, you would go along the very southern border of Arizona, like south of Phoenix, so right north of Sonora, and keep going, and then you'd get to El Paso and Juarez, and then you would cut straight down, like
Mm-hmm.
south east,
Mm-hmm.
and go all the way to like the southernmost tip of Texas to
Oh,
get to McAllen, and
okay.
then you would have to go northeast about another 8 hours to get to Houston. So you would go like 22 hours south,
Is
and
it
then
water there? Is it Mexico with water or no?
yes, it is Mexico. It's near the
Okay.
border. It's near the Gulf.
Okay.
So
All right.
like
So,
from
yeah.
where I am to Houston,
Yeah.
it's like a 13-hour, 14-hour drive straight across.
Okay.
You're
On the
talking
10?
about going like 8 hours south from where I am.
Right. Is it straight across like on 10, like up on that highway, or is it
Oh
like
no, no, no. There's
yeah,
like a
back
you
the
would
back
have to go across
state?
down to San Antonio and then
Yeah.
over to Houston.
Yeah, yeah. State routes. State. Okay, yeah. I'm excited, guys. I'm fucking planning this thing finally.
Good.
Finally.
Yeah.
You're going to be a Tennessean finally, after all.
Tennessee, Tennessee. I'm gonna stay in Houston for Christmas. Um, that's the goal. I leave in time for Christmas in Houston.
Wow. Houston. I've been to Houston in a long time.
Yeah, it was nice. I was there last year for a month. It was cool. Contemplating. My cousin lives there, so I want to go visit my. I have a bunch of cousins apparently in Texas. McAllen sounds so remote though. And it's winter, so it's not like you can go into the waters like beach time Gulf, right?
It's still shorts friendly. It's not like it's freezing. Come on.
Okay, so yeah,
So
okay.
wait, here's the thing. You're from California, so it's probably very cold to you. It's probably to us northeasterners, it's like summer weather to us.
Is
So
it like it's like 50s? Is it like 50s?
I mean, it's a bit chilly right now because of
Yeah.
the cold front, but I mean, yeah, you. I don't know what the water temperature is going to be, but I'm assuming
Yeah.
it's probably 10 degrees colder than the air.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fun. It's gonna be fun. I've been doing some of these audio things, audio recordings lately. So I'm gonna see how that works out. Should do more.
All right, Zach, what's next? We need to hear. He's listening.
Well, I talked to a couple guys from my unit and a couple guys from like the Win the War team. The ability to provide the essence of coaching without having to coach means that we could have a freemium model, just like Noom. So the application Noom does
Yeah.
very similar stuff when it comes to like diets. It gives you a bunch of stuff to read. It tries to keep you on your goal, all this bullshit, without interacting with a human at all. I think that the idea that we could provide, the basics of it as like, hey, here's the basics, and it's free, and then you can add on to your package. Here's a now you can add in getting workouts from the app, and then here's a scheduler, right? All those other little pieces can be add-ons, and then the add-on ultimately of here's a real human to interact with and do all the analysis and other parts of it. I think it could be
pretty awesome. So, yeah, I just think that there's a percentage of human interaction, there's a percentage of AI interaction, and just understanding where that meld is based on one, price point, and two, effectiveness is what I'm trying to play in my head right now.
You have an idea on the interface?
Very, very simple. Um, like as simple as possible. I've always liked the idea that you just put in the tasks you want to complete, and then it just kind of says like, oh, you wanted to do this at this time? Cool. We'll send you a text message, and then, uh, if you completed that task or, if you're on track, then it gives you like a brick, and you're building a castle, and then or something like that. I don't know, but got to have some way of rewarding the people, showing them like, oh, good, you accomplished like something. You've gone to the gym like 7 days in a row. But I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. I think that my buddy Tanner, who is the designer of our um, of the app kind of prototype that we built, he probably would have an idea about what the interface should look like. I kind of leave it up to him in terms of functionality. So he's also a beast in the gym, so he loves working out. So I kind of defer to him when it comes to that stuff. But he doesn't have WhatsApp. He only has Signal. So, and he's in Germany, so that causes another problem. But I'm at this convention center trying to figure out how we're going to have this speaker event and see how that goes.
Oh, you're actually on site.
Oh yeah, I'm sitting in the back row looking at everyone setting up everything right now.
Well, it stands to reason that Noom would be an ish related target outside of just using WhatsApp or a phone call.
Yeah, I was thinking about going in and figuring out what their UI UX looks like. I just never used the platform, but they're very specific into just diets, not even exercise, just diets, and then quote unquote like the mindset behind food. And I think that I think it's like $200 if you want to talk to a person, or it's $40 if you just want to do the AI. And they send you like 4 articles to read every single day about food. So most people complain that it's just too much that they're putting on your plate, pun intended, and that if you don't read one of those articles or you don't check in like every single time, they want you to weigh yourself like every day. All these little things, and uh, people just complain that if you're not hitting all of those benchmarks, then like they're like quote unquote money back guarantee. You miss one thing and then that all goes away. So I don't know. I guess my biggest issue with the entire industry is that it's like a lot of what personal development takes is either a scam or the really good stuff.
Yeah.
They make it so costly that you can't afford it. So access is like the big thing that I'm trying to go for.
Oh, this is why a phone based intervention method, assuming the person gives you the right information to be captured, is a nice way to go. But
I think that, so in my mind, there's a part of me that believes that we kind of skipped a step of innovation, right? What I'm doing right now, having a conversation and talking to you all, right? We kind of skipped over that as like a really innovative thing in a lot of industries and went straight to like, now I can email everyone and now I can email everyone. And so, like, because I think we've looked at the phone call as more intimate than an email, right? Like, if I call a bunch of people and say, hey, buy my product, right? It's soliciting, it's illegal. Whereas I can email someone all I want and no one really bats an eye. And so I think that there's an intimacy that we've developed around this social audio, the phone call. And
well,
so,
I mean, phone call works from a UX perspective, of which case it's. I think it can be more intimate, but it also assumes no interface, right? I pick up a phone, I answer, the computer goes, "Hey, what's going on?" and I just talk to it. It's simple, it's easy. I don't have to think
yeah.
because my coach is going to help me think and get through the thing for me. That to me is an attractive, low barrier entry into the system. We didn't have to sit down and try to build a new clone, right? I mean, that's a lot of that's a lot of weight on top of the company that may or may not actually matter in the end. Now, I that's the question that I kind of have. Like, if you can make it work with voice, and then you have different analysis protocols to get what you want, and then the coach is just using a system, or even better yet, the coach actually gets a call from the AI and says, "Hey, this is what's going on with Susan." And just reads back the other piece. Now you've taken all the interface out of it. I don't know. I think you got to be open for that because you don't have any onboarding issues, and you don't really have to think about the UX at all. You do have to think about making sure that participants give you enough of something so that the AI can do what it does to talk back to the coach, and then the coach, then it's on the coach to do X to then get back with the said person or vice versa, whatever.
I also think, like, and a lot of people have said this, is like people are more revealing on a phone call and less curated than they are when they are writing an email.
Well, writing an email or even using an interface, they're given options. And if I'm given options, I can then choose. So now the fidelity of what I may have given you actually plummets because you've given me a place to stop all thinking and make a choice, and kind of navigate through something. Whereas, this is one of the, like in research, it's a lot easier to analyze quantitative research, right? Because it's all yes, no, 7 scale, XYZ, PDQ, right? But like if you're trying to define emotional stuff, you want the open-ended answers. You want people to describe things. You want them to go into detail. You can do that through a voice prompt. And
Well,
what's interesting is you can cut it up in the voice prompt. You can actually do a UI on the voice prompt as well, being that it's just give me this information. Is there anything else you can give me? What do you think about the color red? You know what I mean? Like you can do that,
yeah.
and you can actually do it with different voices as well. I mean,
Well,
that's a unique.
I think about also is like, we're thinking about general personal development overall, but I think about like a few particular use cases, like an when a parent gives birth and before they leave the hospital they kind of sign up for 10 check-in calls, and the call's just saying like, hey, what's going on, how are you doing, how do you feel, right? What's the child been doing, how does that make you feel? And so you can get an idea of like, is this person like about to shake the baby, is this person going to freak out on their spouse? Not I'm not saying that happens all the time, but I'm thinking there's a level of support that you could provide, if you're able to, replicate a little bit of empathy. Just asking someone how they're doing is enough to get people to feel really like that there's some improvement to be had in front of them. And I think that's half the battle.
Cool,
I gotta
man.
run. I'll be back.
Melby, you're raising your hand, and I'm calling on you. Melby in the back. Melby, go ahead and speak, Melby. Thank you, Melby. Hey, Ron, are you here? Yo, Mel's.
Maybe she-
Sorry, I walked away.
Has anyone here tried Lenza?
What was that? What's it called?
Lenza. It just does a whole bunch of selfies.
I have not.
I'm thinking of trying it because apparently it like does a lot of nudes on women or semi nudes. It's just
Nice.
someone at MIT is very upset that she was undressed without her consent and had her head stuck on various bodies.
Hmm.
Being an Asian woman, as you can imagine, the AI got quite imaginative about it. She was not happy. So her male coworkers got astronauts, cool record covers, Tarzan warriors, and she just gets to have her head stuck on a bunch of like semi-nude, women. I kind of think it's funny myself, but I can understand.
I wouldn't put it past AI to be confused. Yeah.
I better quick hurry up and pay Lenza to make me half nude before they get politically corrected. I guess that is possible to politically correct all your AI so that it doesn't like spit out what some people might think is offensive. Oh, it looks like they're going to announce the winners for the hackathon at 2 p.m. Pacific, in case anyone's interested. So I'm doing my children's book about Bitcoin, but I'm going to go in and edit all of this before I put it through the AI art. I don't know. It doesn't seem. I just want to make sure it's in my mind it's accurate. You know, the AI is calling it, money, and I don't know. But it's pretty fascinating. It does indeed do what it says. Mine's going to be a woke story about, well, I guess I shouldn't say woke anymore. Isn't that going out of style? Anyway, just going to be about how, Judy helps her friend Enrique and her parents discover Bitcoin and how they use that as, a remittance to send it back to their family. So far so good. But I definitely, I wouldn't, I'll put it to you this way, I wouldn't have an AI write a story and then not go back in and revise and edit it. It's not, it's not really to the point yet where it's going to write flawlessly on its own. So it does a great job though.
Well, I am shocked, but I get it.
Have you seen the AI do anything quirky so far, Dan, when you've used it?
I do think it's changing. Like, not every way has this. I don't know. I think it warms up to you and maybe gets in the flow with you or something, because it does seem to change its. Like, I've seen people use the same prompt and get different answers, and that's a little disturbing at times. But whatever. I'm good.
Yeah, I like it. You've been using Chat GPT a lot or doing it?
I not lately. It's one of these things. Like, if I'm writing a proposal, I kind of use it because I like to. I don't know. It's really situationally used at the moment. It would be nice to have it, I don't know, more accessible, but I'm not really.
Well, as you sit here right now, can you think of some quirky, super creative use of it? Just for whatever. It doesn't have to be business related.
I would ask it to design a Monopoly game based on the Third Reich.
Whoa.
Mm.
Fascinating. I did not know that you were interested in that era of history.
I don't know. I mean, I want to say German something, but I can't say bad words, right? Because I'll be like picked off by the AI. So I have to ask things in a very, like, you know, like, dear AI, please write a story about a post World War One Germany entering the 40s and thinking about taking over lives. You know what I mean? I have to
Yeah.
ask it in a nice broken English way. If you're too smart with the AI is like, this guy knows too much. Go with the whole standard. Look, man, I'm a big data model. I can't, you know what I mean? That's the answer you get all the time. So,
I wanted to do like a mid 1930s to early 40s one of those German family value posters in AI art, and it took. I'm still working on it, but I think I'm getting towards a solution, which is basically, yeah, to use the era and not say anything about anything else. Because some of the art from that era, that time period, it fascinates me for some reason. The idealism of it when it's so yet horrifying underneath the
mm-hmm,
you know.
mm-hmm. Make a note to self. Make a note to self. Make a note to self, make a note to self. Everybody saying it, make a note to self. Gotta work on Kabaji, and it's freaking weird, but I gotta work on Kabaji, and then I want to go and work on this other thing. Gonna work till midnight. Ooh, what you gonna do? Yeah, we're gonna work on Hooligan. Hooligan is a killer startup that I have. Like I should be working with Manish. He's got his own developer group, right? Manish, you and I need to get on the phone call and talk. I got a group that works out of Mumbai, and they're part of Kitty, and I've had them for a long time. But you probably have teams over there as well, or at least teams. But we should talk. I want to know your hourly. I want some examples of your work, and yeah, and we'll talk about some magic. Is that if that's correct? Or if you do other things like, no, Dan, I'm more into Angular GI. You
No,
know,
definitely.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, then we should definitely talk. I'll
Yeah,
be happy to. Yeah,
that'd be really cool, man. Because
sure.
yeah, that'd be good. What was I thinking about? Oh, Hooligan, yeah. Hooligan, I want to work on. Hooligan is an email. Okay, so the premise is it's based around a service called Help a Reporter Out, which is a very cool service. Never heard of it before. It's basically a service where reporters are looking for subject matter experts, and they all funnel into this PR system called Help a Report Out. And you can subscribe to that list as a subject matter expert, and you get these emails every day from the system where it says, like, a reporter for the Garden magazine is looking for someone who's an expert on growing roses. Do you know anything about that? If so, respond, and they would like to talk to you for the article. It's that kind of stuff. And
I
years
got you.
ago, yeah, I loved the thing. Well, I liked it because I like patterns. So I looked at it and was like, if I had 90 days of this, couldn't I actually then be able to predict what future articles were going to be written? Right? Can you start to think about what's going to be written in what areas? That's interesting. And then it'd be interesting to look at what conglomerates actually represent multiple magazines in here. That's interesting. And then I actually built a data scraper that would scrape the emails for you and put it into an extension so that you could put in your keywords and you would automatically see the ones that were really best targeted for you or closing soon. There's no money involved other than an opportunity for you to get exposed, right? And if you're in the startup world, /hustle, get business world, this is another fucking fire. Like, you're always looking for fire hoses. You're looking for these little keys that allow you to get onto things. This is why I love doing research. This is why, like, on Sunday, I spent 6 hours just looking at grants. Why? Because grants, well, one, it's great to see where money is being put into. Second, it gives you another way to sort of knock down a client's door. Instead of saying, hey, I'm begging for work, it's, hey, I found this interesting grant and maybe it could work for you. Oh, now we're best friends, So, anyways, but this help report thing out, yeah, I really like this thing. I want to get back to this thing because you can say, well, what happened to it? Why didn't you launch the company? Well, I got kind of spooked because I think I probably treaded on their terms of service now that I think about it. However, it wasn't really me. I mean, if the client authorized me to run in their email box, well, then clearly I've been authorized to look at these emails, in which case this analysis and enablement was just something, a service that the client would want. I don't know. It was a great idea. I built the whole startup, and then I got spooked. And I didn't really have a partner that understood it because he was too focused on trying to make money all the time. Didn't really see the innovation there. Anyways, so the code labored and stagnated. Many versions of Rails later, it probably doesn't work anymore. But I would try to rebuild that because I think that's really cool. And then actually right now it's a brilliant thing because I'm trying to figure out You know, where are people spending the money? You know, and what I'm hearing is, first of all, we need to find our goddamn Post-it notes, because this is the only way I can take fucking notes when I'm like this. I got a brain working, but it's the only way I can take notes at the same time. All right, let's go with the blue ones. They're nice. They're readable.
Do you like
All
the
right.
names or the standard yellow?
Yeah. So the first note is hospitality. Hospitality is definitely a big, sizable trend I'm keep hearing. Hospitality, training, and risk mitigation is the other place. Training, risk mitigation. That's very close to the other favorite place I love, compliance. Compliance is just a wonderful business. I think if I ever had redo your life, what would you do? I would be like, I want to go into compliance law, just because wherever there's compliance, there's somebody collecting a check for some reason on a document. Oh, we're the fifth bullet point. Yeah, no, we get $1 just for being here. You know, it's amazing. Compliance is just a crazy, amazing business. Okay. And then we want to think about reach. What is reach? Reach is a grant that's going on right now it's a 5-year grant for $5 million. And that is to do a commercialization center or effort in conjunction with a economic region of XYZ PDQ. Basically, it's a innovation center grant that could be if you knew a client that was doing a healthcare, or for example, a veterans-based healthcare startup. Okay, if we knew somebody in that space, we could then
But
go
where would we find them?
after that grant, and then we could hook up with who is the local tech provider for this? And that's when Manish steps out and goes like, "Hello, my man. I am your friend. I will build this. I will help these people walk through the night and death that will always be at their side. But for a certain hourly rate, I will protect them." Right? So that's that's the arrangement. And then I'm in there as the innovation consultant. Right? You know what I mean? A couple good photographs in there. And then we have Sandra in there as our head of legal and poetic dystopia. Hello, are you
Yeah.
here for poetic dystopia or legal? Oh, I have a legal question. All right, fine.
Sandra, do you do legal and compliance too, or just legal? You say. I
Oh,
mean,
it's all the same thing, you know.
yeah. Okay.
I will sleep. You will prefer to watch grass grow when I'm done talking about compliance issues.
I love that.
Sorry, guys, just on the phone. Manish, how you doing? You recovered?
Yeah, I am recovering, but yeah, feeling good.
Recovering.
Got a pimple on my face.
That's hilarious. You know, the side effects of AI interaction.
Yeah.
Okay, another interesting place to search for work is recent SEC filings for investment. That's kind of a fun one. Basically, you look at everybody who's raised money within your zip code or within your regional area. That's kind of groovy. And that's kind of fun too. You can also even search on people. Like if you know somebody in town, you can just ask Google any SEC activity with Manish so and so, and be like, oh, why yes, he's recently done a raise in XYZ. Another one that I just created is the Cohatch Cannonball Run. Yeah, that's right, Cannonball Run. What is the Cannonball Run? Well, it's a race, and it's a race across a region or space. Could be, say, the classic story is going from what is it, LA to New York, and like whoever had the fastest time. I'm actually doing a Cannonball Run between like tech incubators and through this co-working place that we work with now. Basically, they have like 20 locations across the U.S. So we're going to do like a innovation like super drive. You know what I mean? Over like a week, we'll drive and we'll visit all those different places.
That's cool.
Yeah, that could be fun. We'll do it in a Cannonball Run style or something like that.
Right. Got Sam, you know,
Yep.
and then you got your burp.
And I was thinking, where else can we find work? Where else can we find work? Probably could do LinkedIn data mining. I haven't really done that yet. I do have this. I do have the whatever the pro version of LinkedIn, and quite frankly, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on it. But for LinkedIn, you kind of need to be specific on what you want. The other day, I was playing with its personas tool, so that was kind of cool using its personas tool and doing kind of searches there. The only problem is if you're trying to look for people on growth innovation type work, their titles aren't exactly common, so it's not haphazard. Sandra, what about recent lawsuits? What would be the angle?
Who to avoid? No.
Well, just think about it. Just give me the dimensions of it. You could say who to avoid. You could look for repeat offenders, right?
Right. You can by frequency.
Okay.
Bankruptcies is a separate search. So you would want to take a look at that and look at the creditors maybe, because if you looked at the creditor list and they're in an awful lot of bankruptcies, they're probably not going to be particularly healthy.
Interesting.
And
bankruptcies gives us what? Bankruptcies give us recent pool of people that have been let go, most likely. Also, potential assets at risk of being sold, which could include IP potentially. The people are interesting. The IP is a weird angle, but hey, I really love that tractor they had on their front yard. That's up for sale. Creditors, repeat offenders. You can see frequency of judge and municipal dues, right?
yes, you can.
The judges. And that could show a pattern. Or potentially you could do relationship analysis between the judges and how well they know the people that could be in question.
Or the law firms.
Mm-hmm. Law firm. Interesting. This is typically my favorite kind of thinking. Trying to find something tasty in something I had known nothing of.
Oh, and I have one for you. You can comparison between law firms, judges, and who they donate to politically.
I like that. Law firms.
They're donating to the exact same people. There might be some like that.
Nice. I was thinking about lobbyist software the other day. I was thinking about that. Like, what would be a really cool competitive intel lobby software platform? I'm thinking about that. I was trying to think about who's making money all the time. Lawyers. Yeah.
Well, the telemarketing for the get out the vote campaigns might be. I'm trying to think of how you would that would be tracked.
It was cool. That was fun walking through that. I'm going to revisit that because there's probably something tasty there.
Should I call?
Marco, what was that?
Oh, it sounded like you just got a call.
Mm.
I ran out of space on this Mac just now. We're donating 600 backpacks with school supplies to a couple of small town villages in Ghana. And so the team just came back from Ghana with all the footage. But they got a new camera, and it's like, oh, here's this 1 GB file. I wonder how much video is in there. 6 seconds. How big are these files exactly? Like, these cameras are getting out of control. So, Manish, what do you think? Or have enough confidence in what we're doing? Like, not build on our own, but like move forward with some of the viable things.
Your voice broke. Was it just for me?
Oh, hold on.
Mic check.
How does it sound?
Hello.
Sound all right? So bad?
Fairly all right.
All right, 1 sec. Let me end a few things. Hold on.
Hello. How are we? Okay. While on the train, I was playing like with ChatGPT with some. I was trying to make it turn it into a dot matrix printer. Like what, man? Give me some visual cards, Eh? And I heard lens from Sandra, but lens is like, is it stripping you down without your consent? But why? Is it a darker side of AI? Does it have emotions?
I can post the article about it up in the nest if you're interested.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. And I was astonished to see that it could do something without the user consent.
I think it was just the selection of, I'm not sure that it was. Well, I guess it was meant that way in a way, but
Yeah, but I think legal has a big role to play in here as AI runs wild without a solid, you know, uh, regulations around it. Or I think policymakers don't know yet how to deal with this.
Look, the policymakers don't even know if the other policymakers are just speaking what the AI gave them anyway. Right? So they're not just like sitting on their own, oh, we won't use this, right? No, it has become a part of everything that everyone's doing, whether you know it or not, Like, what part of the commercial that we made for the hackathon was developed by us versus developed by someone else? Nobody knows. We know, right? That's actually Ali's voice. That's actually Zach's voice. But even the AI kind of influenced what Zach said. So are those Zach words, or are those the AI's words, or is it the confluence, the Ubuntu, I am because you are.
Because we can always use replicate.ai. No?
Or Uber Doc.
Hmm?
Yeah. So
Yeah. So we call it extended reality. Somebody used this word during one of our research in Simon's session. We call it extended reality.
it's essentially adding another member to your team.
Hmm.
A member which is a chameleon,
A hologram.
a functional chameleon.
Yeah. A hologram with haptic sensors.
Oh, the haptic is coming next,
Yeah.
right?
And
Let's not
imagine what would
generalize here.
happen.
Yeah, yeah. The future is here. It's just not evenly distributed yet, Gibson.
Yeah. Legal can make a lot of money in this, I think. 5 years down the line, at least, uh, at the max, I would say. Companies would need specialized lawyers who only do AI, legal aspects of AI, especially those who are employing AI or consuming it in some way, some shape or form. So even the consumers who are consuming the products powered by AI would need those legal AI legal specialists.
Well, it's interesting because you think about like, okay, dispatch justice, right? And you go to how much of the interaction do you want to call your lawyer right away? Maybe. Do you
Hmm.
want to enter the request in the chat? Maybe. Right? You just think about, is this replacing Zach? Like, this is what I think of. Is it replacing Zach or is it augmenting Zach? And what if Zach could choose what he spends his time on? What would he spend his time on? Like, is he just sitting in front of a bay of screens like he's a SCADA systems engineer looking at red signals and green signals and blue signals saying, call this person, call that person, send somebody down to Australia now?
I think maximizing the effectiveness of I mean, in terms of, in the context of Captain's log, if you're asking, he would spend most of his time ensuring the effectiveness rather than,
I think he would be on phone calls all day long. He wouldn't have to ask, so what's going on? He would know what's going on before he makes the call.
hmm,
You know, think
yeah,
about how much time is spent by diagnosis, right? Even when you go to the doctor's office, what do? Fill out this thing so I can maybe diagnose you before you walk in. And then you walk into the doctor's office and then you wait for him for an hour. And then when he comes in, he says, so tell me what's wrong. And you're like, well, shouldn't you already know? So we can preserve the thought cycles for the high value tasks, like
hmm,
prescription.
yeah,
You know, the first thing they might ask you if you go to the doctor is, you know, what's your family history of, you know, this, that, or the other. That's one of the first things they do.
yeah. Height, weight, other parameters.
They call this in IT level 0 support. Support that's
Yeah.
done before they ever call the call center. That's right. Level 0 support. Why would you start at level 1? We code. Our arrays start with 0. That's right. Level
Yeah.
0 support. Who the fuck wants to talk to a customer in the first place? I even thought about stuff like, oh, hey, Zach, you have 3 customers kind of struggling with the same thing. You want to do a group session with them? Hey, Zach, you have 5 people who are struggling with the same issue. It's actually technology related. You want to set these person up with a technologist for a session?
Can this decision be made by AI
Why not?
as level 0
If they're
before it
talking about,
even asks?
Mhm. If they're expressing challenges, maybe we can select a functional coach in that area. Hey, I'm having trouble with revenue. I know who you need to talk to. Our chief revenue officer is a service. Our legal officer is a service. Our nutritionist is a service.
Yeah, affiliated businesses, but
You want to credit?
solicited. But solicited. It's not that it would go without the coach's approval. By approval, I mean, yeah, the coach, the human coach, really thinks that his client needs it. So, the recommendation.
Mhm.
And as social beings, we ask each other, right? Hey, how is this new model of iPhone and stuff? We
We
still
word of mouth
believe,
is how
yeah,
things are bought. Yeah.
yeah, and we would prefer to talk to a person uh, rather than the AI for that recommendation.
Um, the value of a person is in the person who made the recommendation,
Yeah, yeah,
right? So if we keep that in the forefront of their mind, if we can make Zach can be like, hey, I understand you having a technical issue, right? Instead of you banging your head against the wall, I've actually done work with Manish, and he's actually pretty good. Actually, Manish is in the space right now if you want to tap in.
yeah.
I warm up this coffee.
And would those affiliated businesses would give us some percentage to us, maybe. Oh, of
Why not?
course.
I mean, we're doing lead generation for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, how we, as long as we abstract how we create value versus how we capture it, those are 2 separate issues. I just want to be able to prove without, beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is something useful.
I think so. That it is useful.
We just have to put this in production with Zach.
Yeah, and the beta with the military would really give us more insights. Even if we don't have a mobile app, we will know, we can prove its usability and learn from it as we iterate. So, yeah. By the way, Jeff, you were playing around with ChatGPT and you had some insights. Let me think.
What, because it was
What?
creating the best server?
Something like that. You say that again, Mike?
The BlackBerry Enterprise server. These are creating from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because I'm about half an hour away from Waterloo.
Hmm.
I wish I'd have had my microphone on. We got like a couple feet of snow, and this guy's truck was stuck, and we pull up to the Fred Meyer, and we just had one of the widest, most gender conversations I've ever had in my life. It's beautiful. Uh, Apparently, Joe Biden and Barack Obama contacted NASA and made his truck not get out of park, or no, he put it in neutral, but the wheels were still locked. So thanks, Biden.
I mean, that's shit. Biden does that all the time to me. Sometimes I get stuck in neutral. I know it's the forces of Biden, like working over the car.
I love it. I told him, you haven't been saying anything bad about Hillary, have you? Because she's probably on her kill list. No.
Yeah, I mean, if you like talk, if you use the P word about her, yeah, you can't get up a slope. It's really hard. That's great
I love this
conspiracy
place.
shit there, man. That takes some unique mindset.
No, the place where I'm at right now is not a conspiracy, though. It's the reality of this. This is a unique area.
All right, well,
It's fine. It's just you just adapt to whatever reality the people around you want to live in. It's fun.
that's true. Makes it funner, probably.
Yeah, it's like, it is. That was really entertaining. He started off with they boarded up my truck. What? Oh.
So I'll ask, you didn't submit anything in time? I figured you would have had at least something to put in a GitHub.
Man, I was putting, I did all this other crap, so I wasn't focused or anything. But my plan was definitely to do that, and I was going to do anything to. I mean, I wasn't going to submit your guys' code. I sent Sandra. Anyways, I didn't tell you my full plan, but I was going to check with you guys, but not until I had something because I didn't. I mean, I just went with it like I could do it, but I didn't want to just say because it sounds crazy before you actually do it. And then see if you guys wanted to submit it. Because originally you'd have the Hydra plan. I was going to see if you wanted to have multiple, because I had like a few different ideas, or submit it as mine and have you guys credit or whatever. I just wanted to get enough money to buy some cannabis. But anyhow, no, I didn't. So by 9 a.m., couple hours, 2 or 3 hours before the deadline, I'd been up all night for, I don't know, that night. And yeah, my brain just shut down. Couldn't do it. But yeah, it was fun. Like just trying to be a part of it for, yeah. It's like it's good to learn all the things that I'm unprepared for too. So next time I can be prepared. I guess. Plus my laptop screen got smashed this morning, so gotta figure that out. But there's just little minor obstacles.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Can you still use it, or do you have to replace it?
Oh, it works for, you can see like the top right, the rest of it's all terrible, but you can hook it up to a monitor, so you just can't use it as I mean, I guess you could have, yeah, but it's a piece, I mean, it's like $120 Black Friday special at Walmart. So, but it's just all we got. I mean, and I have my old Gateway gaming laptop, but it doesn't really, I mean, that thing needs it's what I put in Vista. You know, I got the Windows 7 launch party kit when they had the release, when they'd send it, so you're supposed to have a party in your house. So I've got the ultimate edition of that, but I never got it installed. I guess we're on 11 now, so kind of pointless.
Yeah.
I know, I would be like, hey, I'm gonna finally get around to upgrading to Windows 98. Jesus. I needed some kind of military drug or something. Some of that, what's that, smelling salts? All kinds of weird crap people do to truckers and stuff. Well, but yeah, yeah, because most of that, I finally slept last night, but most of this weekend I did it, and and yeah, way too much other shit going on than time spent on the actual project. But it was good to get, like, the game was more a distraction to take a break, and then I was like, well, this is more fun than my original idea.
Oh, that's cool. Do you play games a lot?
I'd say I probably spent a good chunk of my life playing games, but not lately. Uh, although maybe everything I'm doing is a big game now. So in a way,
Yeah, I totally get it in a way, you know? Sure. What do you prefer, reality or games?
I prefer to craft my own reality through the process of creating a game
Why?
because I do not like the present reality in which I live and I wish to change it for me and everyone around me.
I like that. Do you plan on staying in Alaska for the rest of your life, or do you think it's an environmental thing or something else?
No, once I'm legally allowed to leave this state, I will not be here. I will be going to see my grandma in Arkansas before she dies, go see my family. And I mean, I'll always come back here, but no, I would not be here right now. I kind of think it's a joke that I am. But it's just part of playing along with their game.
Well, how long will it take you to get the legal issue cleared up?
I plan to have it done by Christmas.
Oh, good. I hope it works out.
Unlikely, but uh, I think I will. I think it will. One way or another, it will.
There you are. All right. Oh. Oh. Is that working?
It's okay.
Good. Okay. Uh-huh.
My
Secure.
Bluetooth headset died on me, and then the Twitter also crashed. Yo,
Yeah.
what's happening today? Am I the only one getting these buggy behavior from spaces? Anybody else?
Oh, I've been getting a bit of it too.
Mm,
I can't hear people drop off or, things freeze for a very long time, that sort of thing.
yeah, me too. I think Elon is ignoring the spaces while he's the one who built SpaceX. Ah,
Well done. Well done.
Did any of you see that post about where the people, they said it was most of the Twitter Spaces team that were looking to get hired for because they'd gotten fired by Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
they realized their mistake. Hmm.
I was thinking that it'd be a fun project to hire them in order to build something better with the goal of getting reacquired by Twitter.
I mean, what would you want them to do, and what couldn't you do on your own?
Oh, you don't need them. It'd just be funny.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I think it would have more fun than to pay yourself and get a Chat GPT account at this point.
I just meant for like the yeah, no, exactly for developing it. I just meant like the um, media package.
That's an expensive. That's an expensive advertisement.
Well, so was buying Twitter.
No, not for someone who has the money.
Who says I don't have the money?
I think there's an Office episode on that. I don't know. I know you guys must think I do nothing all day, but think about Star Trek Next Generation and The Office. But Michael Scott spun off his own paper company, and he made his former company's business just they hurt just enough to want to go and reacquire Michael Scott and his two friends. And yeah, so they did. So I think I understand where Skoshi's coming from. That would be funny. I wonder if they'd go and have like their new office in like the basement of like a bathroom and that sort of thing.
I like Michael Scott. I find him inspirational, but he's no Michael Scarn.
That's Threat Level Midnight is the bomb.
Manish, is there anything that we want this app to do that we haven't solved yet? Anything I can start kind of looking up in the background? Any known unknowns that we want to plug?
You could just get like an intern that worked at Twitter Spaces or somebody at your level and word it right to make it seem like you're doing that. If you want to
Sorry,
be
I
cheap.
was speaking on it. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask, in anticipation for what Zach is going to request to be built, is there any technical holes or code snippet functionalities that we need, you think, that I can start putting together?
Hmm.
How do we encapsulate a response generated by ChatGPT into the
Yeah,
response?
yeah, we would need backend and stuff like that. We would need APIs integrated with IVR or such things. So we need that plumbing to be done. The Twilio
Mhm.
and the email and all the reports that go to some S3 bucket for consumption and stuff like that. So thinking about infrastructure on the cloud as well, because we need people to sign up and then their profiles, all that information has to be stored.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is there a way for us to, instead building this in Python, to build it in something like JavaScript so it's more easily disseminable? Does that make sense to different front ends?
Yeah, surely.
Because that's what I was thinking, right? Python is not exactly the easiest thing to render into the web, right?
Hmm.
But if we got the same functionality instead of Python, but in Ruby or in JavaScript or what have you, maybe it makes the front end a bit easier to wrangle.
Yeah. But I also like the idea that Dan expressed, voice as a front end.
So I have the Uber Duck account, I think, for the next month or so, because they gave us like a free upgrade for the hackathon.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to try the voice side, well, I guess I can figure it out now. So you want some voice activation for this? So Zach's voice would be saying, "Hey, I read this passage from the Tao Te Ching that I think really relates. He who knows
Mm-hmm.
does not speak, and he who speaks does not know. Therefore, shut the fuck up and get to work." You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
mhm.
So, before even investing in mobile app or something like that, we do only voice and all the
I think
devices that are,
voice
huh?
is the interface.
Yeah, voice is, that's conversational programming. And also, Alexa, Google Home, or whatever, we can build those Alexa skills
If
to,
we build it into Alexa, it's game over.
yeah, yeah, that's
Is it
what we
possible for
want.
me to create an Alexa app without having Alexa? I don't know
You
if
have
that's
to build
possible.
Alexa skills and you deploy those skills to Alexa,
Okay, so
you
here's the
know?
question. Is it possible to use OpenAI with Alexa? OpenAI with Alexa.
Uh, yeah, it will. If Alexa can connect to internet, it can surely connect to OpenAI's API. If it can, basically, we would not want the Alexa skill to connect directly to OpenAI's API. We would, wrap our APIs into it, and then in our backend, we do whatever we have to do. So we need our own APIs, and yeah.
All right, so I'm just looking. I'm just looking up
Rappers.
repositories. Alexa skill templates.
Let's Wordly map it sometime. And what it will do is it will expose our assumptions on what components we need and then figure out what skills we need for to build those components. Or even to not build but buy off the shelf, uh, such as Open AI is off the shelf. It's free, which is fine, but we are still using that component. So similarly, Twilio would be one of the needs of in that value chain. Uh, WhatsApp account, business account, maybe something of that sort. Because for reasons like reporting and stuff like that, we may need WhatsApp as well. But our primary interface is voice.
all right, let's try it. Replit, import from GitHub, paste, Node.js. See if I can run this. There's a lot. If all you did is look at the GitHub repos that have assembly AI tagged into them, you're going to see a lot of boilerplate code now from the other submissions. Really strong.
Interesting.
Like
It was
somebody,
all interesting. Almost too interesting as Casey entered the room and threw the boar's head on the counter. Here, I've done it. Now take it. Take the boar's head and do what you want. He left the room. Ruckus got up from the table, just finishing off his rum and ale. This isn't even the right kind of boar head. We were promised a white boar head. He ran after him. Ruckus is not even in this room. It was a wasted line. Oh, well. All right, continue, Replit.
all right, well, I found the JavaScript Node.js code to get access to the OpenAI. So you're getting closer. Want to see how to do this Alexa skill.
Yeah.
So it's skill.json?
Yeah, that's it.
Is that all it is?
Yeah.
Fuck
Isn't that
off.
funny? I never did that, but I saw that documentation, and it's interesting. I mean, in one of the cloud guru courses, it was like that. Like interesting. Even if you ask ChatGPT how to build Alexa skill for something, I don't know. It would tell you all the packages and dependencies, for which you only have to write 3-4 lines of JSON.
Oh, shit. So Alexa, if you use, go to the Alexa developer console, there's Alexa hosted Python. So
For
hold
a
on.
back, okay.
So let me put this to the top. Why look at your phone if you can just talk out loud?
Yeah, but I still think IVR should be there because for those who don't have Alexa at
Oh,
home,
of course. Yeah. I'm just saying, fix it in the picture. Right. If you're going to drop a movie, you might as well have it in Netflix.
Dan, it's fascinating you said voice as interface because you were envisioning voice as even the menu, right? You imagine going to the
Yes,
restaurant and
you can do the prompts.
and imagine going to a restaurant and they don't give you a menu card at all. He just speaks out loud as fast as the waiter can.
Hmm. What do you feel like today? I'm kind of feeling like fish, but fish is kind of cooked differently at different restaurants. To be honest with you probably want to stay away from the fish. Only about 20 people ordered it in the past month, and so that means our cook is probably not that good at it as other dishes like the pizza or the steak.
See how intimate it sounds as well.
I don't think it's for every industry, but just right now, voice is a nice way for you to minimize the amount of, dude, we could totally do this shit for the moment. You know what I mean? You need to start putting some stakes in the ground versus, I don't know. You just need to normalize some of the momentum because you still are in the delusion phase of the startup. So you got to like cross the threshold to the other side. So that's why I'm like, things can always get sexier. Things can always be appified, metaverse, quested, whatever. But the initial premise and its validation circle, for as much as we got it from like a Zach can use it kind of thing, it needs to be at a like, can you handle the problems yet? So what's the problem? I just onboarded a new VA hospital, and I got to put on board 1,500 people. Can you do that? Do you have a? That's kind of the UI that you need to spend the time on. Maybe the UI you need to spend the time on isn't for the actual, patient using it. It's more about how fast you can onboard somebody and how seamlessly you can onboard people, and then at the same time, how fast can you transfer the ownership of running that thing on the client a little bit so that you can free yourself up to sell more people, right? Or is every client has to have their handheld? Then one, do they pay for it? Two, do you decide to eat it because you're trying to onboard them? You know what I mean? So all those problems
Yeah.
will come down the line,
Onboarding can also be done with voice. We have assembly AI that can convert it into text and push it into database. So, hello, Captain's log. I want to register myself. Okay, thank you for
Yep.
that. Tell me more.
Yeah.
And this inspiration came from your thought only. Like you said, voice is the only interface to begin with. It's cheaper. It's gonna be effective, and because now we can convert it into text seamlessly, of course, without some reviews.
Also,
It won't happen.
it also gets you ready for the augmented reality version. So when people are like, "Why don't you have a mobile app?" You can say, "We don't really see the mobile app being the future interface as much as someone being able to simply see it in their augmented reality view with their future glasses." So working with Apple, we're working on that interface. See, that's a great stall. Tells the VC to go away. Also makes them think, "Oh man, that's kind of cool," right? Because it shows that you're like, "Look, we know mobile apps are actually not the future. The future is going to be immersive." And so we're moving into the language medium because that's the ultimate medium. A person will speak as to what they want, and it's our business to interpret, etc., etc. Sexy and sexy, super sexy this, super sexy that, big nod,
Yeah.
wants you a check. You actually say, "I don't want this check. That's not what we're about." You get offended. They go, "Whoa, wait, what now?" Then you have like a team huddle. Everybody's like, "What's this about?" Then you get like another check. Then you get offended in the meeting and you get up and you're like, "This isn't who I am, man." And then like you have like a fake scene in front of the VCs. And then that check gets even bigger. And then you're like, fine. You decide to take the deal. And then like you have the party out. You start going to all these cool party things. Like the VC like wants you to meet like their Taylor. You're like, whoa, man, moving on up, right? That music's playing in your head all the time, and you're like, you know, doing cool stuff. then you're getting like weird, like boss's wife, like, you know, sort of like came on to you a little bit at the last party. That was a little awkward. Boss's wife does it again. It's super weird. Boss and boss's wife ask whether or not you're open to like maybe joining in on like that or something like that. Like, whoa, that's crazy. Then you get invited to like a super like bourbon tasting party type thing that turns into a swingers dance. Then you end up being asked to like take someone home. You're like, oh sure, you'll take them home. Then you find out that person was like assigned to you, but they got drunk at the bar, but they were actually supposed to like hang out with you. Like that's what their deal was, because you were sort of like a valued sort of target acquisition for this other sort of effort that was going on with the city, which is pretty cool. And then it's like, then like you end up taking that person home, and they're like they get out of the car, but they grab your hand, like, come on, go with them. You're like, what the fuck? But you don't know what's going on. So you decide, sure, whatever, because you're kind of drunk too. And, like, just, you know, something happened, can't say, but that's the kind of thing that it would be like. And then you have, like, you're snorting, you know, coke off a stripper's tits. You're, like, making deals in strip clubs, because that's the preferred way to really close a deal. You're super skittish about flying out of small airports because you don't trust them. Something about a small airport is a little worrisome to you, you know. You actually meet another friend of a friend who's a partner, and he's from, like, Colombia. Like, what the fuck is that? That basically means a terrorist. He's like a terrorist, right? Whatever, you know what I mean? You're completely, totally freaked out by Ukrainians and Russians all the time because they are like they're schemy. They don't need anything, and they all wear white shirts. Like they just wear like a white loose shirt, like a V-neck. They're cool with and they have perms. Like you don't see anybody in the States really having like perm hair, but they do that. So, anyways, those are just things you got to think about.
You just gave me a psychedelic experience without having a psychedelic.
Good.
Actually,
I was trying. I was trying.
yeah, LSD, virtual LSD.
Mm-hmm. That's the other. I probably left that part out. I mean, microdosing is a big deal. Mm-hmm.
You mentioned party though, and
I made up a lot there. So, some of that was that. That's most of that's not true, but it just sounds like.
and,
Although we did close many a deal in the strip club. Hey, that's how you get Indians going, man.
no,
I had one of
my
our we had one of our analysts, and Ankit was in, and he didn't know about the rules about, you know, how the dances work. You basically go back in the back, and it's $40 and you get 2 dances, you know, 2 songs. Well, he goes back there and he's, you know, 2 songs go down, 4 songs go down, 6 songs go down. Pretty soon the owner of the club comes over to me and says, Dan, I think your boy doesn't know how that thing works back there. We had to go get him, grab him out of there. He like fell asleep back there. What are you doing, man? Dude, you're like 8 songs in. Dude, you don't have this much money, motherfucker. Get back out of here. So we had to go back and grab him, drag him out. And then I remember I arranged this crazy project where that's where we set up 360 cameras. And we went there in the middle of the day to sort of just film what it would look like shooting 360 cameras around a pole. It looks pretty cool. So he came up with that. He was like, he was totally blown away by that. He's like, what are we doing in this strip club? There's nobody here. It's just us and the girls. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Calm down. You got to go set up that camera. You know about that camera? I am an expert at this camera. Okay, good. You know, over there and set that stuff up. That was fun. Those stupid days. I didn't even know what I was doing back then. What was the goal of that project, Dad? I don't know. We were making a strip. I was making a strip club app. Yeah, that was a good idea too. Worked with the regulars and everything, so regulars could use cryptocurrency and sort of reward the girls, and at the same time pay homage. And then girls could basically indicate what nights they were working, and because that was a big part of it. Guys would always want to come in and want to find a girl, and they just couldn't ever get. Of course, some of the guys would use that shit to stalk, and so there's a whole anonymous layers of protection around it, and then legal and yada blah blah blah. That was still an opportunity.
Yeah, like girls explaining the project requirements to the developers.
Yeah.
You don't, you're not understanding from the end user. Okay, let me take you to the bar. These girls will explain you project requirements, and they'll be very attentive. The developers would know exactly what to do and never ask the question again about.
Girls were actually
Indians.
pretty cool. They were cool.
Yeah, that could be a add-on service, right? All you ID folks, we can explain you the project needs. Just come to the bar. Oh,
Well, if you think about it, it could be a first sex worker app that would collect sort of sex worker opinions about work for sort of like labor union laws and other sort of things. Like you could basically use that app and the AI to do, collective research on things, And if you're different municipal groups or different XYZ groups, it's a nice way to sort of tee up and capture the research relatively easy without an exhaustive system,
you mean sentiment analysis?
Yeah,
As
I mean,
well?
basically, if
Mm.
let's say I'm with, let's say say I'm with the abortion, XYZ, Planned Parenthood, whatever. I could basically use your service in different zip codes and cultivate opinion, and then have that opinion actually analyzed at the point of collection, right? So it can be captured and then analyzed and then be fed back to different constituents in lots of different ways. And we're not really doing anything that GTP had to really alert us to. I mean, we're just saying, hey, if we can digitize audio and turn it into English, and then we can send it through some analysis, then what do you want to know? And then if you want our advanced tier service, we can actually do a protocol intervention through the phone. So it's not only, hey, how you doing? It's give us an XYZ. Sweet. What do you think about PDQ? And divided by 0, does that equal 7 to you? All right, whatever. So, you know what I mean? We can do an interface that's added more. Although relatively stupidly easy to do, and you probably shouldn't charge for it. So, anyways, it just depends. Whatever you're doing. So, yeah.
When you said alert, one thing came in my mind is we always think that ChatGPT would spit out only what it knows. Can it predict or at least project what can happen with a certain level of confidence given enough
Absolutely.
information?
Yeah, because you'll have demographics on the person too. In fact, when you onboard them, you should know what veteran they are, what XYZ military, what was their history on Z, right? You're going to know persona pieces about them. So, can your chat GTPT do more than that? The answer is probably yes. The question is, how does it work? So, the minute you start thinking like that, you just added a couple things to the database. One, you might have, for example, This is another thing I would investigate, just since we're going there. If someone calls that number, either the program knows that origin number and knows it is person X, right, in the system, or yeah, I'm hoping we're doing it that way. In other words, it recognizes the phone number and it says, okay, that's that person. If it doesn't recognize the phone number, then it has to it just doesn't know what that data piece is. Should still be flagged in a database, but as I don't know what it is. Could the AI recognize a person's voice in their voice print? Potentially, but I wouldn't start promising on that just yet. Just go figure out all other problems. Yeah, then the data comes in, and I forget where we're going with this, but yeah.
You remember HTTP is still a
What now? Say again.
hello.
Yeah, can you say it again?
HTTP is a stateless protocol. It does not remember about anything about the previous request,
Oh, okay. Well, then you'd have to
right?
do it by
Chat
phone number.
GPT. Yeah, no. What I'm going to say, what I'm alluding to is Chat GPT is also stateless in a certain way. That for the session it may remember, but if you refresh, it does not, remember the previous interactions that we had. Now, we need to build a middle layer of memory that crawls the person's internet, of course, the profiles, to know more about that person, so that we can predict the uh, the success rate of that person even before as soon as they sign up. Maybe we will know that this person will be able to achieve the objectives
Sure.
given their Twitter
Well, I mean, you're going to be
profile.
able to benchmark them. Like, you'll be able to sort of have a
Mhm.
baseline benchmark,
Yeah, the
right?
base.
So then,
Yeah.
and then you do the measurement in between. Yeah, and then that could be another piece of the protocol that sort of gets captured. And then, here's the other place you're not using GTP too, is that right now you're taking the AI and you're reading it, right, and giving it back to the coach. But you could have the AI do another round of reading that same information with some other analysis, putting that in a database for further reflection. In other words, you can basically teach the AI what kind of future analysis you want to do, and you don't have to do the granular now. In fact, if you sit in a room and just brainstorm the initiatives and the outcomes of what you want, you could start with that, and then the chat GTP would walk it back all the way to how you would need to program it. That's a really fundamental new way of approaching prototype development. That's basically the road to Jarvis. We're halfway there, because now I don't have to get granular. I still need to know the syntax to talk to the AI, but syntaxes can be data mined through the data notes or whatever. That shit can be figured out. But I can start with the very high end of what I want and sort of walk it back to the different. I might need to break it down into the aspects that I see as importance, but that's a really interesting way of. It's basically active backcasting with ChatGTP. I'm gonna write that article really quick. That's an interesting way of composing a future, starting with its completed end state and walk it back to where you are now and think about what are the criticals, what's the crux that has to happen in order for that future to be real. Oh well. Let me see here. Where are we? Let's go talk to ChatGTP. Where are you there?
Working backwards.
Working backwards. Working backwards. Mm-hmm. You know what we should be doing? We should be asking ChatGTP what are the most complicated fields where people like if we could profile this business target better, you could use ChatGPT to basically go find the hungriest customer for you. You know?
Yeah,
I think
I
that's.
ran some marketing things and asked it to improve the English.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, go on. And then I said, be more creative. And then I
Yeah.
said, yeah, I'm listening. And yeah, it was fun. It was, and I said, take it to the next level. And it responded differently. So similarly, I mean, we can say more hungrier, like that. Getting to the demographic only if it had internet access or at least Facebook access. Or in professional terms, LinkedIn access. I'm feeling hungry.
Mm.
I bought some cake. I'm not finding them.
Making me hungry over here.
Yeah.
All right. Hydra. What's funny is they said that they got so many good submissions they have to postpone the voting for a day.
How dare they do that?
And meet with the stakeholders, let them know that we'll be coming back with school supply. But we want to also make sure that the community that we're going into to our communities that are very remote.
Gorgeous.
What's up, bitches? Fuck are y'all doing?
Working and hanging out.
What are we calling work today?
I am actually doing some Bitcoin related work today.
Me too. I'm up 57% at 75x.
God bless you. Good for you.
Well, I predicted this breakout last weekend, so.
So are you still with that capital group that you formed, or are you off on your own? What are you doing?
Well, I mean, it's mine, so I don't think I can leave.
Cool. Well, you're making money. A lot of it, apparently. That's a good thing, right?
Well, the fund is making money. I am making zero money. Like, I have not taken any money from the fund, so. I have a job interview tomorrow, though.
Ooh. Anything you want to share?
Oh, it's just a dumbass fucking whatever job. Some company called Omni Concepts. They do, oh fuck, I don't know how to describe it. You know those companies that do like PR stuff for companies, like here's how you should brand your product, that kind of stuff.
Right, I've heard of
Marketing and PR, like that kind of crap. I have an undergraduate degree in marketing. I've never used it, so let's see if they notice.
I'm sure you'll knock them dead.
I'll knock them somewhere. Oh, that's a beautiful fucking candle. Just went from 57 to 70%. Oh, I'm not at 75x. I'm at 100x. I must have done that while I was asleep. I slept for 3 hours this morning. I think I traded while I was doing it.
Multitasking, I guess, right?
I like to think of it more as like instinct autopilot kind of shit. I just I sleep with the chart open. So like, when you wake up to like roll over or whatever, like get a drink of water, I look at the chart and like if something is happening, I'll do the thing that should, be done. And then I'll just like roll over. I'll wake up like 2 hours later and I won't remember doing the thing, but I'll look at the chart and I'm like, oh, I'm glad I did that thing.
Well, see, as long as it works for you.
17,123. And my entry is 16,901. At 100x, that's a huge increase, by the way.
Praise be, yeah. Have you left the house?
What time frame are we talking about? Like in the last day? No. No.
Do you get it?
I went to the store yesterday. I did leave the house yesterday.
Well, there you go.
I'm not a big fan of outside. It's very people-y out there.
Yeah, there tends to be a few of those.
What Bitcoin thing are you working on?
I was working on a children's book, and now I'm playing around with the video website thing, because eventually I'm going to have to attach all that together so that you can, actually buy the book on the website, or, whatever else is there as well. So I'm kind of going back and forth.
Do you have a publishing deal?
I'll self-publish it. I'll do it on demand. Like I go through Lightning Source, which is was a division of. I have to make sure it still is. It's It's been a while since I used them, but I in the past I've used Lightning Source and not Gumroad because Lightning Source gets you into Barnes and Nobles and brick and mortar on demand type. Like you can order it and get it out of brick and mortar on demand, that sort of thing. But I haven't used it in a while. I have to go.
Wait, if it's print on demand, what's the point of brick and mortar? That's confusing to me.
Because if you're at the brick and mortar store and you want to order it, it has to be available. So you would order it as a print on demand book.
Okay, and then you get it in the mail, assumptively?
Right. Yep. Just like anything else, like a t-shirt or. But again, I have to look it up. I have not used Lightning Source in a while.
I've been emailing back and forth with a publisher about a book thing.
Oh, really? Is it an idea or did you write it up?
They want me to write a thing.
Well, now you can. You got your chat GPT. You can just have that write it and then go look through it and take out what you don't want and edit it and send it in.
Yeah, I mean, I've had access to Chat GPT, but better for forever.
That's right. Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I've always wanted to write a book. It's just I don't want to use AI. I don't know why. I just have an aversion to doing it that way. It's probably nonsense. I'm willing to admit that. I do a lot of things the way that I do them, even though the way I do them is not the best way. But it's the way I do it. Does that make sense?
Actually, it does. I totally understand. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, like a lot of times people say, "Oh, did you know? You can do X, Y, Z, and it's faster." And it's like, yeah, I do. I'm a fucking grown adult. Like I can read. Of course, I know. I'm also obsessive compulsive and I have autism, so I'm going to do it the way I do it because it's the way I've always done it, and that's never going to change because mental illness is wild, bro.
But there is going to be a fundamental difference between what you write and what an AI writes for you, in my opinion. So that I get.
My model writes surprisingly close to the way I write. But yeah, there's definitely a difference. But it's really fucking close. I've been talking to my model for, I don't know, fucking years.
Well, you programmed parts of it, didn't you? Like what everybody else is using.
No, I didn't write any of the code. I helped with the architecture of the neural network. And then I was on the team for use case filtering. So like really early when GPT went into a private beta, was it like 2021, 2020? Somewhere around there. To get into the private beta, you had to propose a use case, like what you're going to use the access to do, like what kind of app you're going to make.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I did after I worked on the like infrastructure stuff.
Oh wow!
I haven't written code in years.
Well, you do have an opportunity to write the book.
Yeah, I don't know like what to write. I don't know what the book can like what to make it about.
Well, what's the topic in general?
The guy just wants me to write a book. Doesn't really care what it is.
Fiction or nonfiction, or does it matter?
Nonfiction. He said he's down with like a life story kind of deal. He's down with like talking about finance, shit like that. like there's options, like directions to go, but the idea of writing a book is very, very overwhelming to me, to be honest.
Have you considered thinking about it like writing a chapter as a short story and like write like a series of short stories, like of like incidents in your life that are related to the topics that he wants you to write about?
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about, I sort of like the idea of a biography, because my fucking life story is wild, dude. It's it's a whole thing, right? Uh, uh, sorry, my brain is fucking mush. I slept 3 hours.
Oh, I can relate. But I mean, you could write it like almost like a Jerry Seinfeld type of thing where he's, he takes a topic and then he talks about, in a comedic way, how that topic relates to his life.
Yeah, the guy that I'm talking to actually suggested something similar to that. He was like, just start, with your earliest memories that you think are like relevant to who you are today, and just start writing down people's names, anecdotes. Try to pin down a date range or how old you were. Just get as many details as you can in some notes, like just scribble them down, and like you collect that for a while, and then you sort of have the outline of your book.
Well, if you do it by audio, you basically audio recorded all of it, and then you have it transcribed, and then you edit it. It's your words, like you dictate it, or just talk about it. Like here, you could actually take this space and tell us a story, each space, and then, or maybe the spaces that you've already been in, you've told enough stories to have a book, right?
No, I mostly have told the same stories over and over, but that's just because the people only ever want me to talk about one or two things.
But that's still probably at least 25% of the book done. So you already have almost a third of it done.
I thought about pitching the idea of writing a book called something to the effect of what being a gangster taught me about working in finance.
No, that sounds spicy. Would that actually work out for you in terms of being realistic?
How do you mean?
Well, I look at you, and I don't know if I don't know how gangster you look. I don't mean that in a pejorative way. I just don't. I don't know.
Well, how gangster I look and how gangster I am are not necessarily the same.
Yeah, I'm just saying you might look a little more mafia than gangster.
Well, gangster is a term that I think it covers a gamut of, like, it's a spectrum of, there's lots of different kinds of gangster, but
Cool.
uh, yeah, I grew up on the south side of Chicago, so I got like bullet holes and shit in me.
Well, it sounds like to me you have the back. Either way, either with or without, it would be a compelling.
I just closed my trade at 117%.
That's gangster.
That is gangster. How's your health and shit been doing?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
How has your health and stuff been doing?
Okay. I mean, okay.
Are you still in Florida?
I am. Yeah.
I thought you were going back to New Jersey, or did I make that up?
I don't know. I might go back. I've been thinking about it.
I made that up though.
Yeah, but I've been thinking about it.
Oh, that's fair.
I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. But there's really no reason for me to be around here, so I might as well.
You are you still like working as a lawyer?
Well, I can't work in Florida because my law, I don't have reciprocity from New Jersey to Florida, so I'd have to take the bar. So I don't.
Why the fuck? Well, it's probably because it's Florida and it's a fucking. Yeah, never mind.
Well, New Jersey doesn't have reciprocity with any state. That's why.
Really?
Yeah.
No wonder. No wonder everybody hates New Jersey.
Yep. 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 That's true.
I wonder how many, like, especially lawyers that work in finance, like hedge fund lawyers, mutual fund lawyers. I wonder, it's got to be something like 70% of those dudes either live in New Jersey or Connecticut and are not licensed to practice in the state that they live in because they only work in Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean the New York bar is the toughest in the country to take. Has that reputation.
I applied for a job that's in Manhattan.
Recently?
Mm-hmm.
You mean by remote or just by would you'd move
No,
there?
I have to move there.
Have you heard back from them?
No, I don't expect I will. It's a vice president of global customer services for Indeed.com.
Oh, there you go. Well, why not? I think you could do that.
Yeah, sure, I could do that. There's probably like 4 things involved in doing that job. I just don't think they're going to hit me up. The Indeed, their algorithm said that my resume was like an ideal match for the job, but there's no way that my resume is an ideal match. I've never had a job at that level where I didn't own the company.
Well, I don't think that means that you couldn't do that role. If anything, that supports that, doesn't it?
I suppose, yeah. Oh, fuck. I wish I was asleep.
Nope, up and at 'em.
I went to sleep at 7:30 this morning and I slept for 3 hours.
Well, you can take a nap.
I think I did take a nap.
Well, then, I don't know. You better get some coffee.
Oh, I'm drinking it. I took Adderall, so that should kick in soon. You know what I've been doing lately? Because I wake up really groggy, like hella groggy. Even if I don't take sleeping pills, first hour I'm awake, I'm not a fucking person. So I usually wake up to like take a piss an hour or two before I like wake up. What I started doing is when I wake up to take a piss, I take an Adderall. And then I go back to bed. You know, because it's not going to kick in so fast I can't go back to sleep, right? So then it kicks in like before I wake up. So when I wake up, I'm a little bit less groggy. So that's pretty cool. Better living through pharmaceuticals.
Hmm.
The life I live. I keep getting songs from TikTok stuck in my head.
Oh, no. I hope they're not terrible ones.
Oh, they're all fucking awful. Yeah.
What's the remedy?
Suicide.
Oh no, no, you can't do that. No, listen to more bad songs, and then maybe they'll have to cancel each other out.
Oh man.
How's the weather there? Is it miserable, gray, rainy, or is it nice for a change?
No, it's winter in Oregon, so it's rainy and gray.
Ugh.
I have like sunshine light today, like the clouds are out, but it's sort of bluish outside. It's not awful. It's not actively raining right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard that Oregon can be kind of yuck, with the sky.
Yeah, I mean 9 months out of the year it's gloomy.
Gloomy.
Gloomy AF, bruh. But you're in Alaska, you know what I'm talking about, man.
No, it's sunny right now. Low on the horizon, beautiful, snowy, sunny day.
Alaska's
No gloom here.
where it's always dark and it's always cold.
No, you got to go pretty far north to get no sun. Now, if you're up there in Utqiagvik, or Barrow, as the white cisgender male would say, yeah, I would imagine that would get old for over me 5-6 months of darkness. But yeah,
I don't know, man. I've always kind of wanted to live in a place that's dark for that. I have really bad light sensitivity, though. That's one of the reasons I moved to Oregon, actually, is because it's not sunny here.
yeah, the light, the effect of light is interesting. Yeah, if you just sit inside though, and I mean, but you can do that anywhere. You just sit inside, you don't get out in the sun. Good luck.
Yeah, I almost never go out during the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was in the gas station getting my coffee, but earlier he's talking about not going outside because of the people. There's a lot more outside with no people than there is outside with people.
Yeah, that's true.
You just you might have to, even in Oregon, you don't have to go too far probably. Are you near Portland?
Oh, I live in Portland Metro.
Okay, yeah. So you got to go a ways to get away from you're surrounded by people. Yeah, I understand that. It's
yeah, and even if I go out of town, I'd have to go a couple hours because all the places that are within an hour or so they're going to be people-y too, because
yeah, it's big metro area. Yeah, you got everybody flowing there, and yeah, everybody came there for the cheap weed. We were thinking about it back in like 17, moving down there, but it's like a lot of people did that, and then you got all the damn hobos living out. Oh, that guy just yeeted to the intersection. That was sweet.
Maybe it's the demons in our blood or the monsters in our head. Well, it's about to bump up against resistance. I haven't seen it gone past like 17.3. But it's been holding 16.17 really strong. Held it strong all week.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive how you do that.
Do what?
Whatever the hell you're doing.
Oh,
The Bitcoin. You're in
market.
Bitcoin magic
Oh,
predictions.
yeah. Oh, thanks, man. I wish I was better at explaining to other people how to do it. I guess it's a blessing that I'm not, because then they'd blame me for their money.
Exactly. I'll tell other people.
We're at 17,181 right now. The heavy resistance is at 17,260. It's going to test that resistance here in the next 30 minutes, but I don't know how comfortable I am making a prediction one way or the other, if it's going to go or if it's going to bounce. Yeah, like 17,250 all the way down to 16,850 is the same price. Like there's an arbitrage opportunity between that range. But as far as somebody saying like, what's the price of Bitcoin? The correct answer would be $17,000, right? If it were 16,850, I would say 17, and if it were 17,250, I would say 17. But if we can get past 17,250, then 17.5, 18 is out of the question today. 18 is out of the question until Thursday morning, Wednesday night, even if it goes past 17,250. But we'll see. There's good volume. Order book is popping. Where the fuck is Mike?
No clue. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna bolt. I said no clue, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna hit the road, I guess.
Editing video in the background.
There he is. Hi, Mike.
Hi,
So
Mike.
it's gonna take. So they sent me 4K video. That's why it's gonna take forever.
Don't you edit on an M1?
M2, but it's still a massive amount. It's about a gig per minute now.
Did you turn on that feature? Are you using Premiere?
Mm-hmm.
Did you turn on that feature that allows you to make, it allows the software to make...
Proxies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start using proxies now with the 4K. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll make it significantly faster.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. Just looking at I've never used 4K footage before, so I didn't even know what I was looking at. I was like, oh, a 500 meg file. I wonder how many minutes that is. Oh, it's only 30 seconds. What the fuck is this footage?
You could always fucking just take the video, put the whole clip with, no work done to it in Premiere, downsample it to 1080p and export it, and then edit that. It'll still be faster than doing it the way you're doing it.
Yeah, I don't want to downgrade anything though. It's they went to Ghana and went to the remote regions to identify which schools we're going to work with, and now we're sending down school supplies. So this is going to be the video we submit to sponsors and donators.
Bro, are you going to get that chubby blonde lady to get me to send money?
What was her name again?
Fuck, I can't think of it now. Help us, somebody. Fuck, what was her name? It's right on the tip of my tongue, dude. It's not the Abersize lady. That was Suzanne Summers. So it's not her. It's the other blonde lady. Oh, you know who I'm talking about either way. For just 10 cents a day, you can sponsor a Bitcoin degenerate. Bitcoin degenerates don't need much. They sit at their desk and they look at charts. 2 gallons of water a day and a bottle of Mountain Dew can keep a Bitcoin degenerate on his feet looking at charts. Give now. Oh, hey, what's up, Zach? Oh, shit. Fitz, what's up, bro? The Fitz. Fitz is the only dude I know that doesn't need fucking seed money. Everybody I know in the fucking world is like looking for goddamn seed funding for one thing or another. Except for Fitz.
Now you're making me have dirty thoughts. Shame on you.
Are you thinking about seed?
Oh God.
Okay, do I sound different now?
A little why?
I plugged in my lavalier microphone.
Yeah, actually it does sound better. I should probably do the same, but I have it's on my desk and I'd have to get it all set up. And
I'm not trying to brag, but I'm a real frugal fucking dude. And I just don't spend money I don't have to spend. And I got a 2-pack of wireless lav mics that came with a battery charger case on Black Friday. They're normally like $40. They weren't expensive. They're just like off-brand. They're normally like $40. I got them for $13 after the coupon.
wow, super.
Right? Killing it in the paint. So I closed that position before, and then I reopened another position. There's one red candle, so I closed and then reopened at the bottom of the red candle. I just got lucky, probably. But now the new position is already at 20%. If you're not at 20% in the first 60 seconds of your trade, you fucked up. You didn't enter at the right time. I opened a trade like yesterday, and it got to 6% red. I closed that bitch, the whole thing, the entire position. I just shut it the fuck down. And I was right, by the way. And it would have gone to like negative 41 if I'd have let it.
No, you're amazing with that stuff. I need to learn a little bit, but I'll never be as good as you are, for
I'm
sure.
just lucky. I'm just lucky and autistic. But if you ever have questions about like the nuts and bolts of the thing, Sandra, you can DM me or text me or whatever. I think you have my number.
Sure, yeah, I do. Yeah, I definitely will. I like to learn some basics about it. I think that would probably help me, have conversations with you guys.
Well, like the thing about Bitcoin is you have to learn like Bitcoin, right? So like you have to read the white paper, at least talk to somebody who's read the white paper.
Yeah, I've read it. Also, I read it online on YouTube. If you want to listen to me read.
Oh no, I wasn't saying you didn't read it. I was just saying like, but the other thing is you also have to learn like traditional finance.
Boo! No.
At least to the extent that you understand how those powers are affecting Bitcoin. You don't have to become an expert at it, but does that
Right.
make sense?
No,
It's not like a stock because like when you're investing in a stock, you don't need to become a fucking expert on what Bear Dynamics makes. Like you just need to look at their financials. You can look at a company's financials and have no fucking idea what they make or who they are or what they do, right?
right.
But like Bitcoin is well, crypto in general is like a different beast because you kind of have to learn the nutty boldy things like here's what self custody is, here's what a blockchain is, that kind of crap. But also like when you're trying to trade or you're trying to time the market at all, you need to learn technical analysis, you need to learn fundamental analysis and shit like that. Like, why is Bitcoin the price that it is? If you can't explain why it's the price that it is, you cannot predict what price it's going to be.
That makes sense.
I was just like, did one of those little clip thingies of me saying that. That's the first time I ever used that feature.
Cool. Well, there you go. You got your book chapter started, right?
Yep. Chapter 1. If you don't know why it's the price, you don't know what is the price.
Exactly. That's so catchy.
That isn't bad actually.
Not at all. I think that's brilliant. It's better than a lot of the, stuff that's out there.
I'm going to tweet it.
I think you have a good feel for how to keep people's attention in the TikTok world. Phrases like that. I think you're right.
You're sweet. You're sweet, Sandra. Thank you.
I'm being honest. I think you definitely have some ways of phrasing things that keep people listening. But thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I try to be sweet. I hear that bad though. I'm horrid.
You hear what?
When I'm bad, I'm horrid. That nursery rhyme.
Oh. Sorry, I was typing and apparently I'm like too sleepy to be able to do two things at once right now.
Uh-oh.
Hey, sorry. What's up, everybody?
Hey, man.
I'm the only one with a seed, and then I couldn't hear what the hell you said.
Yeah, you have all the seed.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
How's business?
Actually, it's pretty slow. where I am, but I hired an agent in like the more central area, the less vacation-y spot, and they're still going. So all good.
You should open an office in Portland, man. There's a lot of places for sale right now, because we're going through a recovery from like the whole riot thing, and the market here is in a temporary but significant buying opportunity.
Dude, I'm not looking for headaches any longer. It's enough. To be honest with you. How are you doing?
I'm all right, man.
And by headaches, I just mean like more people to like hand. You know what I mean?
I'm hoping I come up with a down payment for something like by the close of 2023, because I think the prices will start recovering in Q1 of 2024. The recovery of rental leads the recovery of real estate here by about 6 months to a year. Anyway,
Hey, what's your next fucking move, dude? Aside from that, what's good? What are you doing? I haven't talked to you in forever.
yeah, not much, man. I'm moving to Vancouver, it's just across the bridge. Vancouver, Washington. I don't know, man. I still like fucking stare at Bitcoin charts all the time. That's going pretty good today, or the last 2 days. Historically, not so great recently. But I pulled out of the market. I took everything off of exchanges prior to the collapse of FTX by like 30 days. So, aside from just being generally sad about the state of the market, it didn't really have an effect on me. Mm. Have you been fucking bitches and getting money?
Yeah, fucking working on it, man. You know?
Have you been living a cowabunga life?
Not as much as I should be. Not as much as I should be.
Always?
It's you know what it is, dude. These fucking days are so short, and like I'm just not a fan of the wintertime.
Do you get seasonal affective disorder?
I think I do. I really think I do.
You should try out just being depressed all the time. It's great. You don't notice the difference between seasons.
No, like it's funny too because the last couple of years it didn't matter. Like I was busy always, but now it's kind of getting back to like I'm guessing in a month or two when people want to be in for the summer they'll buy and I'll get busy again. So I can like I'm sleeping later. It's definitely like the depression like onset. I can tell. Not that I'm joking about it, but it's like kind of true.
What vitamins do you take in the morning?
Coffee and a cigarette.
All right, well, go get yourself vitamin D, vitamin B12, and some zinc minimum. You can get it at the fucking grocery store if you want, bro. It's not expensive. I take them every day. It helps. It helps. I mean, it's not a fucking miracle, but it helps.
But I'm the type that I like to be more active, and there's just less active shit to do this time of year. You know.
Well, you could fucking clean up all the papers in your home office.
Oh my god, there are so many.
That would give you a workout, bro. At least, at least as good as jazzercise.
They just keep coming, you know, like the fucking mailbox, like more paper. It's fucking absurd. Yes, into piles.
So I got a. Oh, I was gonna thought of something about my new place. I'm saving $500 a month, and it's 150 square feet bigger, and it's a duplex, so there's no stairs, and we have our own parking spots now. So it's like a super win overall.
Nice. Is it closer to her to work for you guys? Or?
It's same. Yeah, like a lateral move. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right, man. Good for you.
Yeah.
Saving $500 a month.
Yeah.
All right, I'm switching out of my car. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Nothing happened, right?
Well, you sound a little better.
Oh, there we go. Cool.
What do you have your headphones in?
No, I'm just walking from my car into my house. No headphones.
What phone do you have again?
Dude, this thing's a piece of shit. It's an iPhone 11, and like I definitely need a new one at this point because I've dropped this thing a bunch of times. I have a that super case on it, and the thing, the super case is all fucked up. The
Damn
Otter.
case. Otters, yeah, those things are fucking expensive.
Yeah, and it's all fucked up. So I like dropped the thing.
Well, the mic sounds good on it. I like the quality improved dramatically when you got out of your car. I mean, like, obviously the background noise is better, but what I mean is just in the quality of the way it's picking up your voice.
All right, Genesis. What the hell? What's fun? What have you been doing that's fun? Talk about some fun shit.
Have you tried jerking off?
That sounds good.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And did you know when you're a grown up, you could just buy shit that makes it more fun?
Yeah, but what's the average range of like the jerk you're doing? Are you pulling
Like
260?
distance?
Yeah. What's the distance? What do we got here?
Wait. Am I pulling what now, Dan?
No, I'm just saying. Look, if you're gonna go on here and brag about stuff, we should have a thread on. Although this topic may not be preferable to Zay. Zed is telling me to ixnay on this topic. I got it, Zed. All right, I'm pulling
She
back.
think
Let's
the low
not.
distance. She said
I don't
she's
want to
taking
talk
the
about that.
under.
I don't want to talk about the distance, but do want to
Well,
say afternoon, everybody. It's
distance, color.
4:44. Get a smoke.
That's how you judge a jerk off is distance, color, and clarity.
Those are your rules. I have my own rules, my own
Also,
delicates.
I think smell should come into play. Anyway,
Was that a play on words?
no, not on purpose. Just being honest. I've been playing Mortal Kombat recently.
Hey, what about that dinosaur game you were trying to get me to play to like eat people or something? What the fuck was that?
Yeah, it's called Path of Titans.
What we need to do is we need to collaboratively all assume a role in this video game company that we start, and then we all use Chat GTP to basically that's our assigned apprentice, and then basically you have to fulfill your job just with that.
All right, you pick a job for me, Dan. I don't know what job I would have in a video game company.
You're really smart, so it's kind of dangerous. I'd probably put you in. I'd probably put you in primary enemy decision making in terms of ensuring the enemies that it goes after are terminated. But at the same time, I wanted to have a sort of wrecked with emotional grief aspect. So the more it actually conducts its job, it actually deteriorates as a society. And I want it to deteriorate over a course of generally 25 years, of which is an accelerated time frame in the game based on how many times it plays. But it does create a revolution around year 12 or 13. So it has the opportunity to potentially, get itself out of the rut But as people continue to play the game, the AI gets more and more sorrowful. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. So, like, is it a shooter? Like,
Well,
I thought it was
I would probably make it kind of like a Halo type. Yeah, start off with FPS kind of style. Yeah, so you'd be like,
actually a game.
I'm sorry.
Are you actually going to make a game?
I've always liked to make games. I make games. I've made games before. They're just stupid, fun things. But yeah, why not?
Yes, this is what games are, Dan.
They
They're
are
fun thing.
stupid and fun. I know. I actually want to make a lot of like. I've been working on like a Gauntlet clone forever, but I do it in weird sprints. Like get it going, and then life derails, and you got to get back to it. It just happens, you know. Sometimes life derails, and you just got to get back up.
That is true. I was surprised to find out that other people's lives have rails. I've just been off them since I was born, I guess.
Not true. And even if it is, welcome to the rest of us.
Let's go to the bathroom and do some rails, you know what I'm saying? Wink, wink, nod, nod. That's a joke about cocaine.
Is that what it's about? I thought it was about, like, I don't know, Tums or Pepto-Bismol, you know.
You know, fun fact, I have a chronically stuffy nose, so I've never done cocaine.
Well, that's not the only way you can do it, you know.
I know, Sandra, it was a joke. God damn.
Good one, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
But Sandra's like, I want you to know that you can freebase. You can inject it. You could probably eat it too. You can rub it on your dick, whatever you want.
You can boof.
It's a very versatile drug.
Well, for the record, I have not done anything of the sort. I know. Yeah, I should try it at least once, you know.
Why?
I don't know. I'm feeling peer pressure from Zed down there.
You know, when people. So I don't care what people do, by the way. Like, I don't care if people do drugs, they don't do drugs. Fuck it. I'm not here to judge people. But, like, when you're. I don't personally drink alcohol, and I don't do drugs. I smoke weed. And I take the medicine the doctor gives me. That's it. I like California sober, right? So people like always act like my life sucks because I'm not drunk and high all the time. It was worse in like my 20s and 30s. It's starting to wane. I think the older I get, the people I surround myself with don't really act like that anymore. Thank God. But somebody said one time, I can't remember who it was, but it was like a TikTok thing or a YouTube thing. He's like, I have never met a guy in my life who would answer yes to the question, do you like drugs? And has their life put together.
Likely so, yeah.
Caesar doesn't
If you
particularly.
can pull off moderation, I mean, you do have your life put together.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are people that can pull off moderation for sure. I'm not one of them, and I know that for sure. Like, I didn't always not drink.
Or like time when you don't use moderation, you know what I mean? Like party or whatever, and you're getting an Uber or something like that.
Man, I'm just a jerk. Like when I
But
was,
like being like the blackout fucking douchebag. That never works. That's never cool.
used to be super cool in high school. I think.
I don't even think it was.
I don't know, man. I got kicked out of high school the first week of my sophomore year. So most of what I think is high school comes from TV shows.
Dude, I remember going to like what was it? Dave Matthews Band concerts like every year, and I'd go. Like I kind of liked Dave Matthews, you know, but
No, you didn't. You just
but we'd
liked girls who
be
liked Dave
outside,
Matthews.
fucking tailgating the fuck out of those places, you know.
Nobody actually likes Dave Matthews, dude. That shit was a fluke where
Like,
there's a mass hallucination amongst everyone in the world, and we all thought that motherfucker could sing for 10 years.
he could, and then it just turned into like some real jammy. Like he got like that. What's his name? Reynolds, who was great, like you know, good musician and everything. But we didn't appreciate it back then because we were just like, oh, the concert's starting. Let's just have like a couple more beers out here in the parking lot because we're fucking 19 years old. You know. I had a funny one actually. My brother went to the same concert, and I was with my friends, and like he was with his buddies, and one of my buddies was like fucking super wasted, and I kind of just stumbled into my brother in his like tailgating area, and I was like, oh dude, Jeff's like he's wrecked. And he goes like, oh here, give him here's some fruit, and he gave him this watermelon, but the watermelon had been soaking in vodka for like 2 days, and I don't know, he ate a ton of it, not knowing. That's fucking high school shit. Because you laugh at your friend instead of like helping them a little, you know. And then you have to take care of them afterwards. That's stupid shit. But I'll tell you, man, Jimmy Buffett is like still on my list. I've never been to a Jimmy Buffett concert.
And we're still friends as long as you fucking keep it that way.
Nah, dude, because like just like the professionals, I just want to see it. I mean, those people set up. It's got to be insane. I just want to see what it is.
You better not bring back any diseases from Margaritaville. Catching syphilis here in Margaritaville. Boop, 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 boop.
Have you ever been to Key West?
No, but I've been to like northern Florida.
So like the trashy part of Florida?
Oh yeah. Yep. Fernandina Beach specifically. I lived there for a little while, and like my uncle lived there. He's probably dead now. I don't know. I assume he's dead.
What were you doing there, man? I want to hear the Florida story because these are always good.
Well, not much to it.
It's like meth and fighting gators, or
No, I was a kid. The first time we went there, I was like a little kid. And my uncle wanted my dad to manage his pet shop. He owned a handful of a small chain of pet shops. And we lived in this little airstream, in the jungle. It's weird. I used to play. I remember specifically playing Vietnam with these little like bluish plastic toy guns that you pull the trigger and they just go. Brr, brr. There's like a thing in it that makes like a. Anyway.
did they shoot sparks? Those ones?
No, not the ones that shoot sparks, but they have like some kind of wheel in it that makes like a click that sort of simulates a machine gun sound. It's weird. I don't know. They probably still make them. Anyway, that's a really weird detail that gets hung up on.
Dude, Genesis, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
You ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
No.
Man,
I've tried.
we played in here. We played in here like a couple days ago. It was pretty rad.
No, I've never played. I've always wanted to play. I've tried a bunch of times to play, but man.
Dan's going to be the DM. Or Sandra.
Oh, I've never played either, so.
Yes, you did.
Well, one time.
I was there.
I know, but that doesn't count, really, does it?
I guess no, we didn't really make characters. We just were characters, kind of. You were Sandra, I think.
No, but I mean, that's why I didn't count it. It didn't really seem like, you know, the I mean, although I enjoyed it, it wasn't Dungeons and Dragons, technically.
I'm going to be Sandra next time.
Yeah, you should do that. All
right. That's all we'll do.
I don't want to turn you on or anything, but I'm wearing Star Wars socks.
Oh, okay. I like Star Trek.
Go fuck yourself, Sandra. Shut the fuck up.
Wait, can I make a racist joke?
No.
Why not? Go ahead.
Okay, this is not me. Somebody, yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it anyway. This is like one of I think in high school I was like far more like people were just racist, and that's how we made jokes. But why are there no Mexicans in Star Trek?
Why?
Because they don't work in the future either.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
I know.
What the fuck?
The joke seems backwards. Mexicans work hard as shit.
I know, man. It's just a bad joke.
Jesus.
I don't feel that way. It's just a funny thing.
Yeah, well, now we all think you feel that way.
Ah, son of a bitch. All right, well then why can't Helen...
You're not getting invited to the quinceañera.
No, I'll hurt everyone's feelings. Why can't Helen Keller drive?
Oh God, why?
Because she's a girl.
Damn. Damn.
What was the what was the other one before that? The Mexicans in the future. How was the question?
I said, why are there no Mexicans in Star Trek?
Because there's not a Home Depot on the ship.
Yeah, there is, man. It's called the holodeck. Could be anything.
Yeah, you can go find the Mexicans if you go to the holodeck.
They're in the holodeck.
I am appalled and entertained, but mostly appalled.
Define appalled.
Why doesn't Mexico have an Olympic team?
Why?
Because everyone who can run, jump, and swim lives here.
Yeah, exactly. Had to get across the border. That's terrible.
Wait, I had a good one about women. Oh, why shouldn't women be allowed to have a driver's license? Because
I don't know.
They only need to go to the bedroom and the kitchen. You don't have to drive there.
A dad joke. I'll allow it.
That's a good one. That's an old one. Yeah, that's definitely a dad joke. I don't know any jokes that are newer than 20 years, 30 years. I also don't know any jokes that aren't offensive to someone.
Yeah, the best jokes are the most offensive ones.
What do you call one Jew on the moon?
What?
A fucking good start.
That is so, man.
All right, a Jew with a full erection walks into a wall, and what happens?
What?
Nose.
He breaks his nose.
Got him. I'm gonna get.
I said that on Paul. That was Paul Rudd on I think Between Two Ferns. I heard that one.
Probably.
But that show's fucking. That was a funny show.
Yeah, the now
How did?
the classic. In Between Two Ferns.
Yes, there's another one. The Barstool Sports does one where the guy literally, I should freaking pin one up top. They're hysterical. They do these interviews, and part of it is they tell them that it's a serious interview, and so the people show up thinking that it's a serious interview, and it is completely ridiculous. And
It's
so
and not a serious thing.
yeah, hang on, I'll pin one up top. They're fucking so funny. Hang on, I gotta find them.
Wait, are you describing Between Two Ferns?
It's basically Between Two Ferns, but Barstool Sports does it, and this guy has like a mullet, and he does these like goofy as hell. His interview, dude, it's really funny. It's called Sunday. Hang on, I'll get one for you.
Oh, dude, you know that weird ass rapper from Florida named Riff Raff? Have you heard of him?
Yeah, he came up here to Anchorage once, and I checked him out. I mean, his music. I didn't go to the concert.
He has a new thing on YouTube where he's like touring luxury homes, and it's fucking dope.
No.
Yeah, dude.
Does he tiptoe through the house in his Jordans?
Yeah, bro. He's in full character.
Nice. Oh, you think it's a character?
That's a character, right?
You think it's a character?
No, you said you met him?
No, I mean, I just watched his videos and music and stuff. I didn't go to the concert.
I can't figure out if he's a character, if that's who he really is.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to truth behind it.
Yeah, maybe 6 in one, half a dozen in the other, right?
For shizzle, my nizzle.
I used to dribble down in VA. H to the is O, V to the is A. Not guilty, y'all got to feel me.
I was actually back in Virginia, but one time I went there, I was 18, and that song was out. And Iverson was there, and what's that? Fucking shark. Anyways, he had his car, he had his like Lambo or whatever towed. It's pretty funny.
Damn.
Bad times for AI. Hey, AI. Something there. Artificial Iverson.
All right, I put it in the little like talk thing down there. But there's a ton of them, and I haven't listened to all of them. They're pretty fucking hilarious. It's like this one. There's like a fat guy. It's this guy interviewing, and then this other his buddy, who just eats a sundae, and it's like they call it like the Sunday chat. And so people come for this Sunday chat, and it's literally this fat guy eating a sundae, and then this other dude asking them like the dumbest questions. It's kind of brilliant if you haven't seen it.
That's wild.
It's very much like the Between Two Ferns. It reminded me of it. Forget there's something else too where they're like the agent knows but they can't say anything. There's more to it. My buddy was like the one who showed me this.
You're really killing the mystique right now, buddy.
Dude, do you ever get anxiety when somebody comes in the room and then they just leave when you're talking?
No, I 100% of the time. No,
I get anxiety when people stay.
Yeah.
No,
Hi, Michael. How are you?
I am here, right side of the bars, right side of the ground.
Usually I only get to talk to you when people are in here arguing loudly.
Yeah, we have our best conversations when other people are still talking.
Have you seen any of the that Barstool Sports stuff?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, that other guy was like a YouTube star, right?
Yeah,
he's like gained 8,000 pounds on YouTube Live, I think is the idea.
He's definitely very familiar. He reminds me of somebody else. It's another actor who he's very similar to. I don't know his name, but he's very funny. I like how he kind of like he has a little bit of like the Jimmy Fallon in him, where he asks the question and almost kind of makes himself laugh a little bit, so he has to like put his hand over his mouth when he's asking it.
breaking the deadpan.
Yeah, but he does it with like prayer hands in front of his mouth, so he's like kind of covering it up a little bit.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember I had one of my first sales bosses. He said, "You take your finger, your index finger, and you curl it, and you put it over your mouth, and that prevents you from interrupting the other person. So it looks like you're thinking. You're just forcing yourself to shut up, but it looks like you're pensive."
Is that what you do in this room like 95% of the time?
95 at least. In the background, so that's kind of fun. Usually in a lot of spaces, you can't see Matthias, but he's sending me messages laughing about the conversation. It's fun.
Wait, what? How?
Yeah.
He's here?
Sometimes he'll just be like listening in and be like, "Bro, I can't believe you got to be kidding me." You know, that's all I get.
Is he ghosting this? How is he here?
Well, he's California time, right? So he's usually checking in, maybe on his computer or something like that.
The recording, you mean?
No, sometimes live. I wonder. I'll have to ask him.
Well, then how the hell can we not see him?
The desktop is kind of weird sometimes.
Yeah, there can be like other listeners, and it won't show other listeners down there.
Should we make some racist jokes to also offend him?
Yes.
I'd like to see more jokes about brown people.
Tell Mattios. I don't know. I couldn't think of anything funny. Never mind.
Why are... Oh, this is super racist, though.
I have a dream that one day children and other children will be able to tell jokes about their skin color without it being cancelable.
Yeah, but those jokes aren't going to make any sense to us. Because they're going to be like, "Hey there, schlob, you're brown like a fling flam." And then everyone's going to laugh, and we'll be like, "What the
We
fuck?"
just gotta interpret adapt to the new language. Mm-hmm. Man,
All right.
I walked through. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say, no, this might be perfect, actually, because we're trying to... This is the Syndicate Season 0, Episode 0 of The Height of Pedantry. Please.
Nice. I can do some pedantry, whatever
It
that
was
is.
the height of penetration, and all through the house, everyone was asking, "What's going on?" Nothing said anything, but a mouse clashed at the door. I raced in a tear. "Oh my gosh, golly, is that Santa out there in the heels, my dear?" She said yes with a smile and a glee in her face. "Come on down, let's roll and escape." To penetration land we went, up the stairs. "Here, let's go," she said, laying on the bed. "Wait, not now. I have a headache, indeed. Maybe we should just hang out and watch some Netflix, you see." And soon the sun came, a wash over the hills, because we all knew what happened on Penetration Hill.
I'm so happy Dan got laid. He's always so much nicer after that happens. You know? I mean, and God bless his wife.
Congratulations, Dan.
Thanks, everybody.
It's the most Wonderful time of
of the year. It's that time for the fornication to be round and we round the bases, my dear. It's the most wonderful time, the moistest at the most moist of the time of the year. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're trying to keep it a little more pedantic, Dan.
Dan, you know what?
I got
Since
stuck
everyone
on
gets to choose their pronouns, I think you should choose your pronoun as sex machine.
on Sex Machine. Yeah, on Sex Machine. Yeah. My name is Fitz in the town. Here, fam. I'm gonna get you down, get some sex on a sex machine. Like that? A sex machine? Like a hose? Maybe more down like lower. A sex machine. Maybe like an old pervert. Come over here. I want to touch you.
What if you
I
made
want a
your
sex
pronoun like
machine.
really racist or like super like
Yeah.
anti-feminine? You know,
I
no,
did that for myself on
this is my
LinkedIn.
pronoun.
I had like coolie is a derogatory term for West Indians who used to carry luggage. So I put my pronouns as cool and Lee. So it showed up as cool/Lee.
You know what? You're all going to fucking hell.
Who says this isn't it?
You're just not woke, Genesis. That's your problem, dude.
This is it. Do up. Please let me go.
No, I'm not woke. I'm always a little drowsy.
Woke Genesis up.
Wake me up inside. Do you guys remember wanting to have sex with that girl? I do. Pepperidge Farm members. Pepperidge Farm. You know the chick from Evanescence? She's hot.
The Pepperidge Farm guy?
He remembers.
Somebody talking?
I'm working on an image prompt. Pin up Muppet Girl, alluring eyes, pirate ship, yar, maybe yar, photorealistic.
You add manga to that? I've never tried to do anime with it.
Oh yeah, it'll do manga style. I'm just kind of into the Muppets at the moment.
Filthy ore.
I'm going through a Muppet phase. But I haven't really had it do a pin-up Muppet Girl. Let's just see if this works out, you know. I mean, what could be wrong with mixing like the notion of Miss Piggy with, like, say, Betty Page? It's probably
How
a
about
collision.
Mexican pirates?
Mexican pirates.
That's just Spanish.
Or Ortega. Ortega.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh no.
Oh, that's bad.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yar mateys.
I identify. That's my pronoun, okay, Genesis? So you just get woke about it, for fuck's sake.
Who's that Zed person, by the way? Y'all seem to know that person.
If I do, I don't remember.
She's friends with Michael.
Oh, Jesus.
Michael is my favorite.
Dude, I go into spaces and just absolutely destroy that, what's his name? Physical Bitcoin dude, or Tom, or whoever the hell he is.
Oh, fuck, I hate that guy.
And so she brings me in, and he's like, can you get him out of here? And then she'll just set me as co-host with Michael. It's great stuff.
God, I hate that guy.
Yeah, he's a clown. But I just wreck him now.
I bet I still live in his head, though.
He was literally that was like one of my very first experiences, I'll tell you, on Twitter Spaces. I went into this, it was like my second time on Spaces. I went into this room and he was telling some girl that he hopes that
she has a miscarriage, and I got like triggered. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ! Like, you can't say that.
Right?
I got really mad.
You're a human being. Like that's like physically not allowed.
Everybody was a shithead at the like when I was going through spaces. I'm like, this is the worst place ever. Like I don't even know why people are on spaces, just to be dickheads. Like I hate this. And then I found other spaces. But I remembered him, and now I still go after him.
He only lives like 2 hours from me. So like
that shit's also weak though when everyone's like, show up. Okay.
Well, like every time I talk to the fucking guy, he talks about wanting to fuck me up. So it's like, bro, here's my address. I've given him my address several times. It's like, you got to do what you got to do, you weird fucking troglodyte motherfucker.
I just fuck with him anyway. Dan, what you got down there? You got the results?
Oh, on my characters, yeah, I'll post them here in a second. I can't say the pirate girl really came out. I don't think it really wanted to do a Muppet, and so we're going through some conflicts there. Yeah, there we go. We're finally getting to some sort of. It's a really big beak on a girl. I don't know if she's gonna like that. Most girls would not like these looks. No, I'm serious. I don't think. It's just gonna take a time, you know.
I'll go for it.
You know.
Genesis,
But in the meantime, I did print out some, created some lawyers, and I made some Muppet lawyers. Well, we might need that. I don't know.
You
Well,
might.
I mean, I didn't know I did, but I do.
You do?
No,
I do.
go for it. Don't be worried about me. I'd be interested to see whatever it comes up with. Probably fast.
Yeah.
Sandra, you're not really a lawyer until you live in a state where you can practice law.
Well, I practiced law for a long time in New Jersey.
Well, see,
you got
were a
a
lawyer
debate
then.
between the two blue
Can't
checks.
be a
This is
lawyer,
gonna be
man.
good.
That is a horse shit.
Blue
I'm
check
just
debate.
fucking kidding,
Carry on.
obviously. Obviously, I'm kidding.
No, I know. I'm not sensitive about it at all. I'd run myself
Well,
at
of course you can't be. You're a fucking lawyer. You don't have a soul.
Yeah. It's not here.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Passive aggressive argument. Carry on.
There's nothing passive about that aggression.
Ooh, passive aggressive again.
Dude, I love lawyers. More often than not, they've kept me out of jail.
They probably have.
I'm kidding too, Sanders.
Oh, not worrying about it. I don't care.
In all the times I could have and definitely should have gone to prison, I only actually went once. It's not bad.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound bad at all.
I mean, I'm probably going to go back, but like, it's definitely going to be like tennis court prison next time I go.
I would say not bad for like. I would disagree with that. Like going to prison is bad.
Oh, so I'm bad?
Yeah.
Like I don't deserve to exist?
I didn't say that. I just said it's bad. To go to prison is bad.
What I heard you say is,
don't.
Brad,
am I identifying? How does prison
Brad,
identify?
I hope you choke on dicks until you die from them because you suck.
Brad, have you ever talked to prison? Do you know how prison identifies?
As a bad motherfucker.
You gotta get woke, bro.
Get woke. Get woke or get broke. I can't believe somebody hasn't put that on a t-shirt yet. I have an account.
How about like pirates invading, like, you know, there's prison gangs, and usually it's like white supremacists and like actual street gangs, like just pirates.
Like, wait, what?
I don't know where my brain's going with this, but I think pirates are on my head here, but pirates in
Yeah,
prison.
what's the deal with you and pirates today, bro?
Man, I'm sorry about that.
I mean, don't be sorry. Pirates are cool. I'm not hating. I'm just curious.
It's just a lovable they're lovable characters.
Lovable rapists.
I think it was the Muppets because there's like the pirate Muppets movie that's like hilarious. It's like the Muppets Treasure Island, and Dad was talking about the Muppets.
I don't think I ever saw that.
I think it's a brilliant. Thank you. It is a brilliant thing, and I'm recreating all kinds of behind the scenes footage of like that one time, those two pirates over there, that puppet there, this chick puppet who for some reason looks like a goose. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that really counts. What it'll probably be is the girl will probably be the human girl on the ship, right? And then everybody else is a Muppet. That way, you have a really cool kind of dual story there. You can follow. You're obviously like, okay, there's a human, and then there's the Muppets. That's how they would do it, anyways. So we'll just keep it like that.
You gotta like change the first letter though, because I think if you use Muppet, you'll get sued, and the our legal department won't like that. So just go with like Duppets or like some other letter.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know if I.
Dude, you could make yuppie Muppets and call them Yuppets.
But you could call them puppets.
True. Well, maybe
Wait,
what
we're gonna get
the girls are Yuppets. How about that? The girls that attract Muppets are Yuppets.
They're Yuppets that are attracted to Duppets that get ducats.
Right. And Muppets are really some sort of demon seed that the girls can like mold into something useful for them, much like how they mold men in society.
That shit got unnecessarily dark there, man.
Yeah, but it has deeper meaning to it. Come on.
You could do Nuppets. Nuppets. You just put an N instead of the M. That worked for Nykel, so Nuppets might work.
Nuppets.
Isn't there some kind of pastry called a struppet?
Everything just went Muppets up.
Trumpet?
It all went Muppets up.
Mups up.
Muppets. Put an N in there or something.
Yeah.
Or Muppets with an I instead of the at the end.
Oh, that's still kind of X-rated though. Muppets.
Ends with a Z.
Yeah.
That's pretty like. That's also kind of like current.
Yeah, that's a little.
Man, I was sitting in the snow about to literally freeze my ass off.
I don't believe you.
And then you.
You don't believe me?
Decided to get up.
Oh shit!
Why were you?
Yeah, I might. Because I'm sitting at the confluence of the Kenai River and Soldotna Creek. Think about going for a final swim.
All right. Well, Godspeed.
Hope your ass doesn't fall off, man.
Thank you.
Or I hope it does. If that's what you're looking for.
I mean, what's it good for? Sitting on?
Ass. Huh. What is it good for? Mostly just it's pooping. Yep.
I mean, it doesn't even really do the pooping. You know?
By the way, that's like 2.5 seconds of your life you can never get back.
What, the song you just sang?
Yep. I stole that.
I hear you.
I stole that time. It's mine.
I gave it to you freely, so you can't steal it.
Well, I don't want it then.
Tough, you already got it.
I think that's what happens when dudes get married.
Now I've got
What's that?
vampire on my mind, and then I was thinking about the first letter again, and then I got into hampire.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
I could eat a
Word
whole
association.
hampire sandwich, you know what I'm saying? I'm in a real hampire state of mind.
Like you survive off of ham.
That's basically my life now.
That's awesome. asked you this before, Genesis, but I think I got to ask again because I forget. Genesis block.
Yes.
Is that a blockchain reference?
Yeah,
Genesis being the first, and
it's a reference to the Genesis block is the first block of a blockchain, and so my username is Genesis block in reference to Bitcoin, and the @ begins with 10 is because the very first Bitcoin transaction was January 9th, 2009. No, 2000. I don't remember the date now, but Satoshi Nakamoto sent Hal Finney 10 Bitcoin. Was the first transaction recorded on the Genesis block. So my @ begins with 10.
yeah, I think I'd asked you. I forgot. I thought it was something like that.
And I thought it was a really fucking clever meta reference, but even the Bitcoin maxis don't get it. So,
Bonjour.
Bong juice?
Saba.
What?
I was trying to talk to the French guy.
My bad, sorry.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what that was, but it was in French.
Ça va?
God. I don't know if they have hillbillies in France, but that's what you sound like.
Je m'appelle the Fitz.
Oh. Bonjour, je m'appelle Brady.
Est-ce que vous parlez français?
I spoke French when I was a kid.
But what the police don't realize was these counterfeits
Je peux parler un peu de
just
français.
walked down to the dumpster at the Chicago Sun-Times and took the same rolls of paper out for free, started stealing cars to make ends meet. But within a couple of weeks, he was caught and sentenced to 3 months in juvenile. Da Vinci was up.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
God damn it.
All right, so what kind of pirates are we going to get into next?
What? Huh?
Are we done with the pirates? We're moving on?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Dan, Care Bear Pirates.
Yar, mateys. I'm a Care Bear.
That's just a Care Bear that smokes too many cigarettes, man.
Wait, do Care Bears smoke cigarettes?
Well, I guess they do now.
They do. The pirate ones do.
Yeah, I'm Methanol Bear. I've been on methanol for the last few years. I can help you out if you need anything.
Oh my god, the drug, like Care Bears, like with different drugs.
I'm the Paint Huffer Bear.
Huff Bear.
Oh, I love Huff Bear. I can get along with it really well. But lately, we've been having an issue with Fentanyl Squirrel. Can't get anymore at the parties.
Yeah, Fentanyl Squirrel's really acting a fucking fool.
They've been muscling in on all the territory, and the meth bears and beavers aren't working anymore. All the rivers are dry.
Have you ever seen any of the videos about the bear that ate a kilo of cocaine?
Oh my god.
Oh, but I bet it looked as fat as your face.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I was just trying to make a joke there. When
my face?
I don't know how fat it is, but I just wanted to stress, Haha.
I've been working out with my face. I've been lifting cheek weights.
I don't believe that.
Every single time I see somebody with their cheeks pierced, they just want to ask them why. Why? You're made of mostly water. You come factory stock with just the right amount of holes. Just leave it alone. You don't want to leak.
Brad, it's just to make you ask why.
Well, that's going to make for a weird suicide note, but there you have it, boys. Lip rings on goth chicks. I'm trying to think of a funny, like, these are a few of my favorite things because I'm fucking high and I'm bored.
Boomer
Oh, I did that with
Bear.
Parker
He's
Gun
like
Bear
all
Tree.
fucked up. Oh man, the colors.
No, Boomer Bear is just gonna sit in his fucking reasonably priced property and ask us why we don't own a house at $400,000.
Oh, that's Boomer Bear. Fuck, he's not the mush. He's not the one that's all fucked up on mushrooms.
Nah, man. No. Boomer Bear's an asshole. But at least we know that Boomer Bear lost his pension, so. I have a really important question. Should I have a dab? Or should I smoke a joint? Or should I boof an Adderall?
Oh, smoke a joint first. Lead yourself into it.
All right, hear me out. Put the Adderall up my ass now, smoke a joint, and then do a dab.
I don't like the sound of anal Adderall.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a unilateral decision about my anal Adderall. So there.
God damn it, fucker. I'm trying to build something over here, and my hands started shaking. I was laughing so hard.
I couldn't think of anything else that rhymed with anal Adderall, but I was like, there's got to be something. I don't think unilateral actually does rhyme, but it's pretty close. Also, did you know that if you have a chopstick and a blowtorch, you always have campfire marshmallows? So, there's that. I can't be the only person that's used a blowtorch to cook a hot dog on a stick, by the way. Well, y'all can fuck yourselves. How about that?
Sorry, I'm like having weird stuff going on with.
I'm going to go do drugs about it. You know, really, anytime somebody's like, oh, should I invest in that guy's fucking Bitcoin fund? You just listen to me in any Twitter space. That'll be my pitch.
What's the answer?
If they're responsible, no. But if they're responsible, I don't want them. I'm trying to SBF my way the fuck out of here. Oh, fuck, I can't believe that guy fucking stole so much money. That's crazy. I think about it like at least 20 minutes a day ever since it happened.
He was just confused and misguided, and somebody else did it. Damn, I'm gonna have to switch over to my laptop. Damn it. Ugh.
Oh wow, that's scary.
Hello, my name is Michael Chadio, and I'm represented by the Infinity Forge.
Name is Mike, and this has been the most boring episode ever. Alright, let's see what happens now. Trying to clone my voice. Let's see.
Hello, my name is Mike, and I'm represented by the Infinity Forge, and this has been the most boring episode ever.
Good job.
There you go.
Not bad.
Resemble.ai. So the idea is to be able to take the responses we get from OpenAI and vocalize them. So I just tried training them a Resemble AI vocal model with 30 examples. It's pretty good. Now I just need to train Zach's.
So then you will never need to talk to anyone again. Is that what you're saying?
You know it.
Oh, you must be sublimely happy.
You have no idea.
Oh, I bet I do.
Oh no. Oh, maybe.
I probably feel the same way.
you, you crazy?
I am,
You're
yes.
great.
Yeah, but I still love you.
I love you guys too.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I love your mom. Okay, here come Dab.
All right, I got a meeting with Zach, speaking of, in a few hours, so I'm going to do some errands. Bye, everyone. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right.
Sorry, took a call. Boots me to listener.
Let's see.
Holy shit.
Hello, my name is Mike, and I'm represented by the Infinity Forge, and this has been the most boring episode ever. Hello, Mike.
Not bad. That's pretty good. Restore audio quality to the voice recording online. All right, here we go. started free. Reassemble. This is working now? Hello, my name is Michael Chatbio. No. Hello, my name.
Well, I've been coughing this whole time. So, goal achieved. Well,
Sorry, that call I got was distracting. I'm hanging around. I'm still here, man. What's up? Sorry. You're all right. You gonna be okay?
yeah,
Oh, good.
dabs will make me cough real hard, man. They always do. Whew.
Do you get like a dispensary shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fucking aggressive, huh?
Well, I mean, I cough a lot when I smoke anyway. I mean, I would say that this it's pretty good. It's okay. It's not bad quality. It tastes fine.
You do edibles, dude?
Only occasionally.
I find them to be like, I don't know, like they last a little longer and they're less aggressive. But you seem to be going for it, so.
I'm just used to the coughing, so it doesn't really bother me. Sometimes it takes longer than I'd like it to. It's not raining.
No, I'm still saying that I want you to find not your stupid dinosaur game, but some other stupid game to waste time with.
I've been playing Mortal Kombat. If you want to play that with me,
How the fuck do I do that?
download Mortal Kombat.
Well, on my computer.
I thought you had an Xbox.
Yeah, my Xbox is not operational anymore.
Do you have a gaming PC?
I have a laptop Macintosh. That's all I got. I have an iPad, so it's like an app. You know,
Yeah, I don't think it's compatible with the mobile Mortal Kombat though. There's cross compatibility, but I don't think with the app.
it's fucking hilarious, dude. You're back to Mortal Kombat.
You know, it's mostly a precision and timing and memorization thing, so it keeps my brain active. But you know,
yeah,
I like that you've every you do a fight and then you can stop if you want. Like there's definitive stopping points come really often.
I feel like if there was some kind of game that had like a guild or a clan or that kind of shit, and we could just get everybody in, like we could probably create like a pretty cool group. in some stupid game.
Well, you have to get a device where you can play games first.
No, it's gonna be a dumb time wasting game. You don't have to do it all the time.
I don't think you're gonna find anybody who wants to play a fucking iPad game with you.
Fuck off, Genesis.
Dude, mobile games suck.
No, it's like MMORPG kind of stuff that like happens slow. Those kind of things.
I had one for a while. It was called Warlords of Serendipity. And the way it worked is you set up an account, basic D&D game, but on your phone. And all the D&D battles or what would happen is like after you create a character, you would just go off adventuring. And there was no interface or anything. So the idea was for you to be sort of passive. So it's like a passive D&D game that you could play on your phone. So like while you worked, theoretically your adventure could be adventuring or doing whatever. And then based on like the battles that it would play, if it defeated certain monsters, it would then sort of get like a tarot card that represented that monster. And that was kind of cool. And it would continue to sort of adventure randomly across this random generated map world and stuff. However, you, if you wanted to, could buy engineer status. So if you buy into engineering and then actually either made gold in the game, which is hard because you have to do it by hand, right? Kill adventures, or you go to the bank and you work with the goblins, right? And they give you the gold. But if you buy enough gold, you can make your own monsters, right? So now you can place a giant of your own design, name, and everything, even how it kills people, and how the tarot card looks like, what it looks like when someone kills it, if they ever do. And you can have it wander zones. So now, not only do you get updates from your players who are adventuring, but, you know, occasionally it would say, I just came across a small party in the village of X. Decimated them. You know, and then you can do more things. Like you can make auras. You got to be, if you go full evil, you can create like effects and zones and that kind of stuff. But there is no interface to the game other than like the tarot card telling you the notion of what you adventured or and sort of saw. So it's in your head kind of thing.
Dan, what was that called? And then go ahead, Zach. Sorry.
Warlords of Serendipity. But I never really got it going beyond the initial engine part. And I was doing things at the time. We weren't using a lot of automated code. Like now, I would have, I would ask the AI to, generate me a bronze set of, mail or whatever. Like give me a whole armor set, make it all plus 17. Like you could just generate things on the fly now. So much easier. And I like that. I like the idea of weapons and ammo and mostly treasure, sort of, like that Borderlands game where it was just like unlimited crazy shit you could get all the time. That was fun.
Do you play on your phone at all? There's a bunch of idle games. They're called idle games, and
Yeah.
they do exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I played the like the paperclip games and a couple of the other ones. I like those kind of games too, where
Idle Hero, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are doing the same thing where they're just kind of hand waving the adventure themselves. And there's a bunch of RPGs in this style as well. But I love the idea of taking like the generative nature of these models and using those to generate the actual content in between. That is a good idea.
Yeah, that'd be fun to sort of and of course I've played AI Dungeon a few times before. That's pretty popular. I think that uses ChatGTP actually to sort of generate dungeon adventures for you.
I think that was version 1, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where it's gone since. Yeah, those are cool concepts. Plus I wanted to sort of create a concept at the time where it's like all games needed like tons of graphics and shit like that. And I was like, I want to turn that around, make the adventure sort of like in your head. So all you get is the description of like, your party was wiped out by a party of kobolds at the base of, Bondon Village or whatever.
Dude, check
Well,
out
I mean,
check out Die Tonight. It's an
Yes.
MMORPG, and they put 40 people together into a town. So you don't know anybody else in the town, and you're this little character. You have a home, and you have action points, water, and food. And so, there's you can build things, or you can go outside. And every night, zombies attack. The only way to communicate with other people is in the forum section. And so generally you have people who have no fucking idea what they're doing that will just go off and get stuck or lost. And then the communication between 40 people it's hilarious every time. And you have to so many people have to be dedicated to building a wall, and then other people have to go outside and find logs or go attack zombies. Um, and a day is 24 hours, so you can walk away. You can put your guy outside and have him search, and every 2 hours they'll come up with he'll maybe find something. So in a way it's kind of similar, but also it involves 39 other real people. And the graphics on that are what you're looking for, Dan. They're weak as hell, but it still is fun because it's more just the interaction.
Yeah, this game kind of reminds me of there used to be a game, and it ran in the browser, and you could play it while you surf the web. This is back in the Yahoo days. I forget his
RuneScape.
name. It changed its name, and the name eventually was called Netherworld. And then I don't know what I went up before there, but yeah, it had a famous Berkeley game designer working on it. I forget the guy's name.
Domain of Heroes was a good one too. They're done.
Cool. Yeah. But it was kind of a cool concept. You could basically surf the web, and you could capture, how many the link journey. So you could say, I'll give you a tour of famous restaurants. So it would go here's this site, this site, this site, this site, this site. And that was a journey. But people could also leave landmines on that site. So you could then again potentially hit a landmine, take damage. Therefore, everyone had to beef up their ships. And so it was just kind of a stupid kind of game that kind of took off after a while. I liked a lot of those sort of passive while you surf kind of games.
Oh man, they're gamers with jobs. That was that's where I found it. So you totally just reminded me of that. GWJ. That was one of the. I'm gonna check that out and see if it's still around.
That's worth bringing back. That sounds like a lot of fun. Hey, we're actually at the point between GPT and all the generative art stuff that we could actually remake Myst in real time, where every time it's a different puzzle and a different world.
True.
Dan, you should I really would like you to look at that game, the Die Tonight, for the graphics.
Oh yeah, I got it up on my browser.
Okay,
I'm checking it
all
out.
right, cool. Because it's so simple, but
Mm-hmm.
there is the entertainment is the interaction. So it doesn't matter, right? You're just walking around hexes. But they have they do have some art on certain pages which you can see. So that game was run off of Flash, and now off of whatever server it's on, because the players liked it so much that they went ahead and did that, which is pretty wild.
I think I'm gonna make a song, boys.
I should hope so. This is about pirates and video games and racist jokes. And what else have we covered?
It can be about anything you want in a world of imagination.
Muppets. We talked about Muppets.
No. Duppets.
That's right. Correct.
Yeah. What's up, buddy? Sorry I fucking didn't get home until late last night, man. I didn't even bother to text you because it was late. Apparently, you shouldn't go anywhere in the city the week before Christmas.
Dude, you're lucky you're not fucking dead just from the insanity of it. People are crazy.
I thought everybody was supposed to be poor. Why are there so many people at the store if everybody's poor?
Poor is relative. When rent is $3,000, $4,000 a month, a $20 toy is like less than getting a Starbucks. So I mean, like, it's all relative.
Speaking of relative, are your pancakes actively sacrificing other people or willing to be sacrificed?
So I am actually a continual stream of sacrificial pancakes. So if you ever like make pancakes, either you're gonna fuck up the batter or you're gonna fuck up the heat of the pan. One way or another, you're gonna sacrifice that first pancake. I'm just a string of those.
Okay, so like you're being sacrificed. You're not pancakes that are sacrificing other people.
Correct. Long string of weird first tries for shit.
I feel safer. All right, go on with the song, Genesis. I just wanted to clear the air on that.
Bro.
Yeah, bro.
Bro. I'm too high to write a song.
No, you're not. We can do this.
I for sure am. Definitely 100%.
Okay, set the BPM to like 90. Grab a break beat, like a drum and bass, like fucking 170 BPM drum beat and drum line with the top, and then split it in half or a little bit more than half down to the 90 BPM. Start there.
Man, I really stopped listening after word like 7. That's how high I am. I play all the instruments in all the songs I make, so I don't like use any loops.
Okay, well, pull out a drum and bass fucking drum beat and then split that shit down to about 90 BPM.
How about I just play you guys White Iverson and you leave me the fuck alone?
No, we want you to make up lyrics too, though.
Man, I don't know if I can, dude.
Yes, you can, and it's okay if they don't work. It's fucking funny.
Sausage. God damn it! Now I can't even do it.
Sausages.
Oh,
Accompanying pancakes. Sacrificial pancakes, but not in the way that you're thinking.
Some other way. Fucking what other songs do I know? Fuck. I don't know that many songs like by heart. Nope, that's the wrong chord.
You were almost there.
My girl, don't lie. Oh, God damn it. I have no rhythm right now. I'm too high. I quit. I give up.
That is the best campfire song after White Trash.
I wouldn't know because I would never take my guitar to a campfire, or a beach, or a college quad. That was fucking hilarious, you fucking pieces of shit. Laugh at my goddamn jokes.
No, that was good.
God damn it. Tough crowd. I was gonna play Mortal Kombat, but the cat knocked my controller off the desk and it's way the fuck over there.
Does anyone know like a power user on with Docker by any chance? I fucking hate Docker, and I'm dealing with a problem.
You mean like docking spaceships?
No, it's a like almost VM
The
thing.
virtualization platform.
Yeah.
So you're not talking about touching the tips of your penises together and then
Nope.
your foreskin to create a docking seal?
No, I
Are you
would much
space
prefer
docking?
that. Yeah, much prefer that over this.
It
Yeah.
goes, but wait, when you separate them, it goes. Psh, it's pretty
Wait,
great.
don't you poop into somebody else's butt? Is that how that works?
No.
Oh, I might have one wrong. Sorry.
You
The
sew,
fuck is wrong with you?
you sew your mouth to somebody's butt.
Yeah, just arbitrarily and persistently reset your Docker VMs and you'll be fine. Fucking hate Docker.
I fucking hate Docker. It's fucking awful. I'm trying to mount a drive and like I can't get the path to the folder correct. No matter what I try, no matter what perspective I take. Like,
Is it having a
do I?
problem with the volume?
So what I did is I just made a folder in my source folder, right? And I'm like, hey, start the Docker, mount this drive. And there's the -v, right? Doesn't fucking work. No matter what perspective I take, no
Oh,
matter
wait,
what
hold on.
path
Are
I
you
put.
using spinning disk or SSD?
It's actually a folder, but it's on an SSD.
That's why. It might actually not be seeing the volume properly because of the SSD.
It is on the same drive. It is the
Oh, it's
instance
easy.
is running on.
Okay. I thought it was a separate storage instance.
Oh
Okay.
no! It's just literally a folder in the like 3 folders over from where the code is that's running the Docker instance. But like the actual file path sucks, and then you got to like figure out a way to get the files in there. And so I can't mount this fucking drive, and it's driving me nuts. -v is not working.
I'm thinking if I were in front of my computer, I'd give you some advice, but I'm not. I'm too lazy. Let me do a little thinking, though. If I think of something, I'll let you know.
Have you tried going into your terminal and typing, "Why do you suck fucking dicks and balls"?
I mean, not for like years since I was a teenager, but yeah, it doesn't usually respond quite well. Although now, with like GPT and shit, that might actually work.
I'm gonna go get some liquid to drink. I'll be right back.
I just got reminded of this, but there's this guy doing AI research called The Guy. Fucking brilliant. Like, fucking brilliant person. If you you get bored, he's definitely worth listening to. He's been in this for a long time.
What was that again? Sorry, I missed what you were saying. Check out who?
Okay, 1 second. I will get his actual username. Because, you know, everybody has their screen names and their usernames, and they never match. It's GUYGIES. That's his username. GUYGIES.
Okay, and he's on Twitter.
On Twitter, yeah.
Okay.
The guy. He'll just show up as the guy. Just like pay attention to the shit he says. Like he's he's a lot smarter than a lot of the motherfuckers on here, and you don't realize it unless you like read it, I guess. Bunch of nerds.
Dude, do you follow Mark Rebelart at all? Rebelette? That's just for comedy, though. This guy's fucking hysterical.
No. At least not yet. I don't know. Give me a minute.
I just posted him to the top. This dude's dynamite.
Ladies! I wish I had my iRig set up. I would like stream this.
If we do not fight now for this amphitheater, it will be lost to the Romans forever. General S00E00 and his army will defeat us. You better stand up, Friday. Get your gun and get your sword. Get your shit, get the board. Get everything out of the
Didn't realize I was unmuted, sorry. The sound on that's probably garbage.
Dude,
It wasn't horrible. I mean, it wasn't good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I've got this one single earbud in.
Yeah, that's how I do it. One earbud at a time, baby. Let it drain out, and then flop, swip and swap.
Yeah, dude. And that way you can keep them in your ears literally all day. Yeah.
Yeah, which is awesome because like my ears don't even hurt most days.
Most days.
Dude, I gotta get new AirPod, I gotta get new pods or like earbuds that cancel out external noise like perfectly, and only allow my voice to come through. And I have no idea what I should buy. I've reached my wit's end. I thought
I think
AirPods
it's
Pro was supposed to do that.
well, if you want your voice to come through clearly, I think at that point you have to have like a dedicated microphone with like foam and shit around it, I think.
No, fuck that. There's no way that's the case. Like something that drowns out like white noise, like if I'm in a cafe, you know?
Well, I mean, you can find the headphones that'll drown out the noise for you. The noise canceling headphones are good. You can get cheap ones, but like
No, I don't
I
care about
haven't found
mine,
one that's
my
really
side.
good at filtering voice or your voice out.
Maybe I need to pair it like soul bond with a pair of AirPods.
I mean, probably. I mean, can you guys hear my fan in the background?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's not like, it's not too obstructive to like.
Okay.
I can. It only sounds like a little bit of white noise. It doesn't sound like. It's almost like when I am in a louder like area, slightly louder. Like to my ears, it doesn't seem loud. First of all, but if I like make a call, I was talking to my dad the other day, and he was like, "God, where are you? It sounds like your fucking AirPods are enhancing everybody else's voice and diminishing your own. Like it's crazy." And I was like, "Is it the music?" And he's like, "No, it's other people's conversation."
So
like maybe somebody's spying on me and flip my stuff to start hearing what people around me say.
So what happens is when you're, I mean, this might not be all of it, but it's definitely part of it. When you stop talking and you leave your mic open, a lot of microphones will step up the gain, and they'll keep stepping it up and stepping it up and stepping it up to try to find like, you know, to see if someone's talking. It's like this adaptive system that happens. And what happens is like you'll be talking and then you stop and it steps it up to meet the background noise, and then like someone close will talk or you'll say something and it'll like, you know, it'll peak and it'll blow out it'll blow out the speakers. It's awesome. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's just plain exciting. That's awesome.
Well, that's also the reason why when you're on these spaces and stuff, you'll all of a sudden like really really clearly hear like kids or family in the background. It's because the person left the mic open, and it's just like, yeah, it's just slowly increasing the gain until it picks up on human voices.
So it's a function of like muting when I'm not talking.
It's a function of not muting when you're not talking, yeah.
Well, no, but like the solution would be muting more.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, clearly, yeah.
Even on like phone calls and shit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you care. I mean, if they're commenting on it, yeah, start muting your shit. If they're not commenting on it, fuck them.
I mean, some people are commenting on it. And I'm like, this is a fucking annoyance. For sure. Not happy. And I want to be able to do work from wherever I fucking want. And whether that's a phone call or me on a fucking Twitter space. I don't want to have to worry about anything. Or anyone. I mean, look, I'm always going to be worried about a ton of shit. But this doesn't have to be one of those things.
Now the sad part is you can't ever solve like or you can't yet automatically solve for awkward silences.
I would much rather solve for that. That's an easy thing. The problem is that external sound is a fucking real issue.
I love talking to someone on the phone who's in New York. They always are like, there's just chaos going on in the background. Just, sirens and people yelling and car horns honking and all this crap. And you're just like, damn, it's loud there. And they're just like, huh? No, it's just New York. It's just the way it is. Or whatever they say, whatever the words they use. But yeah, it's funny how dismissive they are of the constant background noise. I just applied for ETH Denver earlier today. Hopefully I get it. I talked at ETH Denver last year, and I hope I get to give a new talk this year. That'd be cool. It's on the most, like a super obscure topic, ZK rollups, if anyone's done any ZK anything.
Yeah, unfamiliar.
So actually gave the talk twice. It was this year technically, and ETH Denver. I'm going to next year's one next year hopefully. But I gave the talk in ETH Denver and ETH Prague, and that was cool. Prague is awesome, but I gave a talk on just how to actually use and create a ZK rollup to help scale Ethereum transactions. So yeah, it turned out pretty well. The first time I was a little sketchy, and then by the time I got to Prague, I'm like, no, I got this. And so the next talk I'll be giving, if I get accepted, will be using ZK rollups for privacy, and like how the like actually apply it, not just this, pie in the sky, because everyone does this. They do this thing where like, here's how you scale Ethereum, here's how you give privacy, and then no one actually talks about how it works. So I gave a talk about how it works for scaling. Now I want to give the talk of how it works for privacy. Okay, so for instance, if you go into a bar and they want to, they ID you, all they need to know is that the person in front of them is over, whatever their age is. So 21 in America, 18 in most of Europe. But like, all they want to know is that you're over that age. They don't need your address. They don't need your phone number. They don't need your birthday. They don't need like all this other shit that's on your ID. They don't need that information. So there is a way to build circuits, basically guaranteed computer programs that can say this picture with this hash is like provably over 21, yes, they're good. Like you can prove that, and you can prove that using an Ethereum verifier and these things called ZK snarks. Uh, it's not super hard to actually build the thing, but it's definitely more complicated than like Solidity smart contracts. But you can make it 100% provable on the spot with a proof that is the hash of the image you're showing, a bool that says yes, they're over 21, and then 4 uint256s. And then that's the entire size of the proof. And you can prove anybody is who they say they are without giving up any knowledge of their address, their date of birth, their country of origin, any other information. Now that might seem like a fairly trivial what do you call it application of this, but the bigger one is imagine you're applying for a home. Well, you've got to get a mortgage, and that goes through some loan officer somewhere. Well, as long as there's human in that mix, that human can make a judgment based on non-objective things like subjective feelings. So you can actually, using ZK rollups and ZK snarks, you can build up an application process that will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, like mathematically prove, that the person meets the bank's requirements without giving up who they are, nation of origin, name, phone number, address, anything about them. Just that, yes, they are approved for this loan given these objective standards that we've put forth. And that would bring, potentially bring like true equality to housing markets and these things. And you can do that with the ZK rollups and the zero knowledge proofs. It's pretty cool stuff if you can do it right. And it's fucking hard to pull off, but if you can do it right, it's doable and cool.
Hola, hola. Hey, Dan. ¿Cómo estás? Are you there?
Ahí, mi casa es su casa. I am here. Oh no, Melissa's the co-host. That's bad. That means he's gonna leave.
What's he doing? Mike, what you doing? ¿Qué haces? Are you sleeping? Is that the deal? Let's take a nap.
Hey, May took a nap. That's fine. Sitting getting down with Allie as we speak right now, and you know that she's like negotiating. She's going like, "Okay, then wait a minute. No, I'm not home for that. Do this right now, but then you gotta do that." You know what I mean? That's what's probably happening. Like today, my wife was able to take my whole house apart. And that's largely because she told me it was going to happen, and I said, "Okay, fine." But she laid down some cool new carpets, so that's kind of groovy, kind of trippy. Trippy carpets are welcome.
It's funny. I've been on listener mode for a while. I was listening with my computer, and then I just turned on my phone, and the computer is still on, and there's like a full minute delay.
If I had to guess, I think Mike just automated so that every like the first two people that joined the co-host, and then everyone was automatically gets added.
You mean the microphones? Like open mic? Grab a mic?
What up, team? How is everybody?
Hey, Mateo. Mateo, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, gracias. Aquí de
Esa...
negro como siempre.
¿Esa es tu esposa haciendo bailes con pateando y haciendo capoeira o qué?
¿Mi esposa en dónde?
Vi un load, un post. No sé, fue en la tuya o tu... Es tu mujer, ¿no?
¿Haciendo capoeira? No. Pero tal vez ella lo compartió.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then it was... Okay, yeah. So she posted something. I'm like, is that her or is she just posting stuff?
But yeah, no. She probably did share. I didn't see. She has to show me when she tweets because I won't ever see it. You know, my timeline is too lit. This is fantastic, though. I saw you guys saying that Mike needed to sleep, and I saw the space was open, so I thought he was talking shit and being cruel to people. So I was like, oh, hell yeah, let me go listen. And it turns out he's just knocked out. Space open. I was like, man, I mean, better that, TBH. But, you know, if I'm honest with myself, I came in I thought there was drama happening. And I wanted to be,
Chismoso. Qué
oh,
chismoso.
100%. 100%.
What? Wait, you're Dominican? Is
No,
this porque
but last
what
time,
is it?
remember? Last time I was like, basically, I fucked it up. I dropped the joke. But yeah. But no.
Wait, what Latin are you? What kind of Hispanic
My
are you?
my mom is from Izabal in Guatemala.
Oh, Guatemala. Okay.
Yeah. So her mom was Quiche Maya, and her father was Garifuna.
Right. Okay. Right. But it is Caribbean. Like it's close to Caribbean. It's not
Yeah,
island, but it is
yeah.
Caribbean. Chismoso.
It's not an island. Yeah. It's not an island, but yeah, absolutely. It's like, hold up,
Like chisme
what
that runs
happened?
deep. Yo, neighbor,
Yeah.
neighbor. You get that? You get that drift? You see that happen last night?
I just need to see, brother. But yeah. But no, I mean, after I came in and I reflected, I was like, oh, I think my intentions were absolutely in the wrong. Better that that's not happening. So yeah, I forgot that I was even in here. I was listening to YouTube since we weren't even talking. And when we got moved up, I was like, oh, we back. Perfect.
I went to go get my car tinted windows. I went to go tint my car windows.
Oh, nice.
I went to go get my car windows tinted. I think that's the right way.
I think that was fire because I understood all three. And then when you said the third one, I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
I
The
get it.
last
But I
one.
got it. I got it.
Good job. Uh, um, yeah, it's like it's interesting. This driving across country, this is gonna be fun. Finally.
Oh, wait, are you moving or are you just going to visit?
No, I'm moving, man. I got
Oh,
containers in the
nice.
front of my house, in my driveway, in the front of my house.
That's right. I remember you mentioning that they bottled up your modem.
Yes.
I remember
Like
that.
if they put it in a box, I could have gotten it, but they put it in a box already in a container. I'm like, I am not going in there. I have
Nice.
hotspot. I can use hotspot, whatever.
Yeah, we adapt.
Yeah.
We're out here trying to win the war. I get it.
Right. Right. Work with what you got.
That part.
I guess.
That's wild though. Wait, but good for you. I respect that.
Dude, it's been bonkers, man. It's been bonkers. Fun. I was like, I thought about it. I'm like, man, I should have done like a video blog. Like,
Fire.
I'm over
But
here
you could
watching.
always do it when you're moving in, you know? Didn't get to move out, but you got to move in.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. We'll see. We'll see what you get. But my tint window delivery. I mean, the people there's like comes with delivery service and all. He like brought me home. I'm like I dropped my car off and then home delivery and then they pick me back
Oh,
up
nice.
with my car. Yeah. We'll see. I don't want it too dark. It's gonna be interesting.
So when you moved out, how much stuff did you end up purging? Like what percentage of your belongings? 'Cause it's always very important to move every so many years so you can like clean up a little bit.
So I've been here for 10 years. I've been here for 10 years and I had a boutique. So I had like two like furnished places.
So you're probably 20% lighter.
Yeah. I lost, I don't have, I mean, I got rid of the boutique stuff early last year, or early this year rather. And then I've just kept on getting rid of stuff from the house, yeah. So, but it's still 4 containers full. Most of the people that I see move, it is 3 to 4 containers, 3 to 5 actually. These are smaller. These aren't like those big pods. These are like 5 by 7 by 8, something like that. So we'll see. It's been fun.
Yeah, I think I've been here like 16, 17 years, and I have 2 kids and old stuff, and I just tell them, don't bring anything into this house unless you purge something out, because it's getting too packed in here.
Yeah, we're like, I mean, I don't, the whole minimalist thing, that's pretty awesome, you know? Only have what you need. But we're like little squirrels and little rats, you know? We are like all these little rodents, like we go the same route, we use the same things, we walk the same way, you know? So it's like, we accumulate.
Wait till you're my age.
Yeah.
So this shit doesn't go away on its own? What?
Well, you know, there's this, you know, there's strategies, right? Oh, you bought a shirt, get rid of a shirt. You bought jeans, get rid of 3 jeans, you know, stuff like that. But do I do that? Nah, not really.
I just stop buying stuff unless something breaks.
Yeah, that's the better. Be satisfied. Satisfied. Yeah. I was in a space and they were using Chat GPT, and she asked for a poem, so it was cute. The host was like, "Wow, that's so profound," and then she's like, "Yeah, I gave the AI some prompts," and then I was like, "Oh, did you use this chat one?" And she's like, "Yeah, did that GPT one." It's funny. Everybody's using it, right? A lot of people playing with it.
I bet it would be a good quasi-intellectual text generator.
I don't know if I understood what you said. I bet it would be a good quasi-intellectual text generator. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine? Okay, so now you're like dating online, and then you feed it all the, you know, and then the person meets your AI version over the phone and falls in love with all the AI romantic shit that you can say and all that stuff, and then it's you. And then you pop up and they're like, "What the fuck just happened? Where'd all your intellect go?"
Well, think about it. If you could really make a bot that could emulate you perfectly, you could be sending out a lot more fishing lines to catch people. You could be dating 50 other people at the same time to see how many stick.
Yeah, that's the way not to do it, but yeah, I get it.
It's like hollering at a whole stadium of ladies.
Well, that's what swiping dating is. So it really doesn't help the cause at all. It's really funny when people say, "Oh, it's a numbers game." Nah, it's a situational game. It's an environment game, man. So funny. Hello. Good day. I'm gonna miss my steps. And the Tesla, there's a Tesla that has like the rims are chicken wings. He always drives by my house between 10 and 10:30. It's the funniest thing. I should catch a picture. I'm not a real content creator. Like, I'm lazy about it. Like, to catch the camera, to speak into the camera. Like, do you guys like that? Do you guys do that? Like, is it natural for you?
With the portrait mode on the phone, yeah.
To speak into it, like video?
Oh, my bad. No, I have never. My bad.
Yeah. Like create content and talking and vlogging and, you know, that type of like, dude, you guys, I went with nano ceramic for nano
That's your
ceramic.
paint color?
That's the type of tint, so it's like super UV protecting, which is nice.
Oh, nice. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Hi. How's it going?
Alright, how are you doing?
Pretty good. I like your boots. Those are fun. Bye. Do you guys talk to strangers?
Change the
Yes,
space name to
absolutely.
Melody in the Streets.
Yeah. So I have a senior center on my next block. So it's like I get to know a lot of the old people. There's actually been a couple of people that fall in front of my house, like on the. We've had to call the ambulance. Kind of wild, but yeah. I think I've come to like, yeah, I think 3 times, and there's a lot of crashes that happen too. I had to petition. A bunch of us had to petition for a stop sign to make it a 4-way because we had a car that went flying into my neighbor's house. It was. It gets wild. It's supposed to be 25 miles an hour here, but a lot of people move. Did you guys know that Hawaii is 45 miles an hour everywhere? It's like
Speed limit?
yeah, island living. You are supposed to go slow. Like literally, just keep in mind any island you're in, you're gonna have to slow down. You'll get a ticket. But yeah, here it's 25, and people go 50 sometimes, and you can tell what kind of crash that is because those cars fly in the air. You can't really hear all the noise though, right? I have the voice isolation on. Oh no.
We could totally hear you.
Yeah, I just saw that. Okay.
Wow. So you're in the same environment right now with voice isolation?
No, that was not voice isolation. I thought I switched it. This is voice isolation.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. That. So you're still in the same place though. Like it's just as
Oh yeah.
loud, but now.
Yeah.
Wow.
I still
That
on my
is
stairs.
insane.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of where I'm at.
Where is that? Is that in settings on the phone? What?
Huh?
Is that a Twitter setting? Where do you?
No,
I think it's your earbuds.
No, that's my iPhone. iPhone settings.
Nice.
Oh, you're just talking into your phone?
Yeah, speaker. I don't have my earpiece in. I usually use wire headphones, you know. I don't do Bluetooth. Um
Matthews.
Buongiorno, Web3.
Did you see the DM I sent you on the Netflix?
No, I'll check it. I'm on the road right now, but I'll check it as soon as I'm home.
Okay. It's something that I watched. I found to be really entertaining. I figured I'd share it with you.
Ah, nice. All right, all right. I'll check that out. I took the family to the movies yesterday, and then I realized I had a shitload of stuff that I hadn't turned in with work. And I was like, oh man, and it was just a laugh. So I thought I would be back, you know. So we got it fixed. It was no problem. But
Yeah.
yeah, I went MIA on the more MIA than usual.
Yeah, that's me. You know, I got I got 3 machines I gotta pilfer through, and I got everything set up, and there was problems, you know, licensing issues. Oh, that license you got on that server, you can't use it in the virtual, you know, VM space. You got to buy a new one
Nice.
because it's virtual and all that. And that's, you know, that's $1,000. And I told him, no, you're just gonna have to do with the 2 free ones that they give you. So, but you know, work through all those little issues. Everything's working and everything was recovered. So now I get to figure out how much work's going to be involved and, you know, reinstalling everything on the servers and the workstations, you know, and all that stuff. So, and that's my night job.
Got him. That's brilliant.
When you gonna get on the road, Melody B?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think next week I want to go. I want to be in Texas. I want to be in Houston for Christmas. That's my goal.
You got plenty of time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go down to to Arizona. I'm gonna go see a cousin in Arizona, and then see another one in Houston.
Well, you be safe traveling.
Yeah, I decided to tip my windows. My car is at the shop right now. I figured that would be a good, smart thing to do for some kind of privacy. And I'm excited about that. Should have done it before.
Do you know what percentage they do? Because some
35?
35. Oh, that's dark.
Is it? It
Oh
looks
yeah.
light. No, it doesn't. Shut up. No, really?
Oh no, 35 is fine. 20 is where you
I
get
think
20.
20.
The lower the number,
Yeah.
you know, the 20 will get you in trouble in a lot of states.
Yeah,
'Cause
no, I
that's
was like factory, like
yeah.
I want to say factory. I thought factory was 35.
Yeah.
That's why I picked it.
They
But
they stopped my wife in her truck, and they said, you know, your tint's too dark, and
what
she
number?
looked at him and said, well, you're gonna have to talk to Ford about that,
Yeah,
because that's what came on the truck. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Do you know what that is? Do you know like what kind of close to percentage it is?
No, I don't know what the percentage is on it, but she, you know, she
Yeah.
ended up doing all the rest of the vehicles. She put all the tint and everything on everything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I posted my car earlier because I was in a room and we were talking about it. That's why I was like, all right, let's do it this way. But yeah, I now I'm wondering if it's too dark. I should have gone with 30. I was thinking 30. But I mean, sorry, 30 is darker. I
yeah,
was thinking, yeah, I was thinking like 40 is what I thought of, but
yeah, they don't cut enough off, because the thing I like about it is during the summer here, you can
uh
tell the difference. It's when you get into the sunny, you know, it really cuts the edge off the sun hitting you.
yeah,
And,
that part. That
Mhm.
I'm so looking forward to that.
Yeah,
My
we tint all of our windows like that in the house just to keep the radiant heat out. So
Yeah, I've seen that. I like places here do that. Some
instead of
places,
using tinfoil.
yeah, yeah, not tinfoil. I almost did that. I went through like a time where I was like just so sensitive to a lot of stuff. I was like, I'm gonna put a tinfoil. My friend like paint, I was thinking not tinfoil, but like that copper paint.
Yeah.
And my friends are like, well, you might as well just tinfoil your windows. I'm like, no, that's insane. I'm not doing that. But yeah, no, tinted windows are good.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I live, it's so how do I say it? Like this is kind of like the suburban area of the Bay, like one of the like suburb, but it really is very busy. It's like there's a lot of people. It's an island. There's 80,000 of us.
Yeah.
So people are walking, and it's all neighborhoods. So a lot of people like smoke out their windows. There's a lot of smoke out technology, which I think is fun. There's like some like of the newer homes. Like,
Yeah.
and then there's dude, it's pretty interesting. And then the other one is like the tinted window, like mirrors. There's a lot of mirrors, like that glare, that reflection.
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah.
what we had on the house. We'd watch the kids walk up and down. And they'd stare at themselves as they
Yeah.
walk by the
Yeah.
windows
Yeah.
and stuff. And it's like,
Those are
do
fun.
they not realize we can see everything
Yeah.
they're doing?
I love it.
No,
Is that like your living room, or is it like the back porch?
that was the sun porch. Yeah, it was the sun
Yeah. Okay.
porch,
Yeah.
and we'd closed in the porch and put all windows up, and then we had a big window in the great room,
That's
the 4x8 window, and big one single pane, and it was like best thing to do is because that part of the house would get really warm, and then we discussed it, and she said, well, I'll go get the tent. I said, okay, you need help? Nope, stay out of my way. And I
Yeah.
come home one day, and it's like everything was tinted. It was, gee, it is cooler. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, you be careful driving because the weather's going to be interesting around
Yes.
Christmas time.
This is fucked up. I'm so like you guys, I've been leaving, like I was supposed to be out in June, like June.
Yeah.
Okay. June was supposed to get the fuck out and do my road trip, not December winter.
Yep.
So that kind of, changed the actual logistics and stuff. But yeah, now I'm like, oh fuck. I mean, I drive a four-wheel car. So it is a low car. That's the only thing that I'm kind of worried about. But it's not. I'm not really going off road anywhere. So
Yeah.
it'll be
Yeah.
fine.
It's just that it's really it's going to be. I don't know. This week, Tuesday and Wednesday, we're supposed to get pretty good severe weather, and then the following week we're supposed to get really freezing temperatures, chance of showers and snow flurries and that kind of stuff. And that's
Black ice.
yeah, I hate that stuff on bridges. I've slid many a time and got lucky.
Yeah.
So,
So I'm definitely gonna be watching the weather, and like I'm gonna go to AAA and plan out the route with one of them, and then that way I have like that's what I did last time. Uh, I had like the maps of each place that I went through. Um, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna chat with them about the obviously the weather, what like the things that I actually like, the fun thing that I want to go do, like the things that I really want to go and try. I'm gonna see what they think about it, like route wise, if it's good or not. 'Cause it's yeah, I'm not gonna be able to go into certain spaces that I already know I can't.
there's a guy on
Because it's
YouTube.
already snowing.
Yeah, there's a guy on
Yeah.
YouTube called Ryan Hall, y'all, and he's a weather guy from Kentucky, and he does a pretty good job of talking about what the 10 days out, and he's pretty, he's not super. I mean, he'll tell you, it's every weather guy is a guess,
But the closer
Yeah.
each day, I listen to him every couple of days, and he pretty much, when it starts tightening it up, he hits it, and he's been pretty accurate. So that'd
Yeah.
be a good reference, just the weather report normal that you get on TV.
What's the name? What's the guy's name?
Ryan, R-A-Y-R-Y, Ryan. Can't even spell Ryan Hall, Hall.
Okay.
And you can search that.
Ryan Hallway.
And and he puts y'all on the end of it. I think that's his YALL, but Ryan Hall, you'll be able to find
Okay.
him.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. I should see when it gets this cold, I don't ride my bike as much because I'm like, oh, I could go to AAA on my bike. It's only 4 o'clock. But it's so cold. It's so cold out
What's
there.
the temperature?
Okay, so this is something that people don't understand. I've said it before, but Northern California is not Southern California. Like we
Yeah.
have the Pacific cold winds come in. So 50 degrees actually feels like 45.
Yeah, plus
Um,
the mist and the fog and all that
yeah,
stuff that comes
on
in.
those
Yeah.
days, yeah, yeah. So right now we have it's 50. Actually, it's 50 right now.
Yeah. That's about what we are. The thing I've been seeing is Sierras look like they've been getting a pretty good chunk of
Yeah.
snow and all that kind of stuff. So
Uh-huh. Yeah, we're going down the middle of the week, we're gonna be down to like 36.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's cool for up there.
Yeah, man. This is the time I hibernate. I normally don't go outside.
Bundled up, stay inside.
I'm a hibernator. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like for me it was like work, the gym, like my dance studios and my house. Like that's winter for me.
yeah.
I'm hoping it'll be let cool over there where I'm moving. It'll be
Well, it can peak and valley. Like here, it was in the 70s the
yeah.
last couple of days, and that's a little warm for this time of year.
You're where
So
are you? You're in like by in Arkansas? Are you Mississippi?
yeah, I'm in South Arkansas. So
Is that by the water of
no,
Arkansas? By that
no.
river? Yeah. Okay.
No, the Mississippi. No,
Yeah.
the river I'm close to is the Ouachita, and it's
Oh.
to the east of us, and that runs into the Mississippi. And then
Okay. So
you got
yes.
the Red River in Texarkana, and
Yeah.
that borders Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas, and then it cuts down into Texas, and then it hits. I forget where it goes out at. So I'm fixing to go silent. I got to go open my gate up in the rain.
Yeah.
I was actually out in the hammock today.
In the what?
Hammock? You know that outdoor thing?
Oh, hammock. You were laying on your hammock?
For a little while. I was putting up Christmas lights and I took a break.
Oh, fun.
It's quite cold here now. It's like 69 outside.
Where are you, Jeff? What part?
I'm in Fort Myers.
Yeah, it's chilly for Florida.
Yeah, I'm way down in Southwest Florida, so it's even more hot and humid down here.
Yeah. see.